Måske skal du gå ind her. Hej.
Ida skulle klæde om, og det vi ventet på.
Dear all, welcome to the opening conference of the new Carlsberg Foundation Research Center Art as Forum here at the Department of Art and Cultural Studies in Copenhagen. Recently, I read a theater program from Schauspielhaus Zürich stating, "Dear audience, we have missed you." I thought it was a cheap trick in order to get some tickets sold again to some unknown bourgeois audience. But then, as we've been preparing this conference in the past few days, I've realized that I've been missing not an unknown number of buyers of a certain cultural product, but I've really been missing you who are invited here today by name. And exactly, actually, you. We had a festive opening reception in February, and then we invited most of you already in March and some of you in summer, and others just in the few days on late show. And now it's the end of August, and finally we are again together at a conference, and that's quite a party. But honestly, I'm missing to see this auditorium full. All the empty seats here could be filled with my fellow colleagues, PhDs, postdocs, MA students, BA students, artists, affiliated with the Department of Arts and Cultural Studies, who nourish our thinking in the daily life at the university. You might sit behind the screen, and we have a live broadcast, so I'm talking to them now. And therefore, I would like to address the warmest welcome to you today, who we know and miss in this room of shared research. And finally, a warm welcome to those of you who we don't know. Those of you, thanks to digital technologies and a budget allowing us to broadcast, who now follow us online or watch the recording. You might sit far away, unable to travel. You might be in quarantine and unable to leave the apartment. You might be too exhausted to leave the bed. You might watch this after having bedded the kids in the evening. And you might watch this welcoming speech from August 27, 2020, at a point later in time, maybe in a week or two or in half a year. It is with all of you who were invited to sit in this auditorium, you who cannot fit due to COVID-19 rules, and you who happen to listen by incident or recommendation. With all of you in mind that I prepared these welcoming words. That art needs someone to address is at the center of our research. In our research group, we have in this spring been reading texts primarily on the relation between aesthetics and politics. And when I say we, I mean the research group consisting of Line Ellegaard, Frida Sandstrøm, Rasmus Holmbro, Mathias Hindkjær, Sissel Nelund, Tanja Ravn A, Mette Tobo Carlsen, Solvej Daggaard, Frederik Tystrup, and Ida Albert. In the past half a year, we have discussed art in the triangular relation between the work of art, its entanglement in production, and reception, or between opus, facere, and effectus. We are looking into the communality created in and around art. To bluntly continue on Nicolas Bourriaud's conception of relational art as a state of encounter would be too easy. So rather, we want to think about not that, but how art forms and negotiates communality. We encounter each other through art, but that doesn't mean that we are all present in the same moment. We read books and meet in imaginary, contingent communities. We watch a choreographic work at different evenings. Or one visits an exhibition and another one reads the catalogue and a third one a critique and another one again participates in the gossip. We're not necessarily in the same place nor in the same time, but still a forum is established. This forum is not established in a direct and undisturbed line from the artist to her audience or readers. Rather, in our research center, we're eagerly interested in what precedes the forum of recipients of the artwork. Which entanglements and interests precede the artwork? Virginia Woolf, in her book A Room of One's Own, is writing both about becoming an artist, but also about being a reader. She made clear that a room of one's own to write and to read in is a question of material wealth and having no kids. Taking Woolf's materialist thinking through the machinery of somebody like Kimberly Crenshaw's intersectionalist analysis, we could rephrase that in order to write and read in 1929, in order to be both a producer of art and a spectator, one must have a lot of time, a nice room, no kids, and enough money. But one must also have a high education, an abled body, a smart sister, a publisher as a husband. And one has to have white skin and belong to a colonizing nation. And we might add, Woolf also didn't have any internet connection. In other words, a room of one's own, a room of production as well as of reflection, whether one is a writer or a reader, being alone as an artist or a spectator, is a loaded space to be in, a space that requires a great deal of strategic ignorance and slamming of doors in order to persist. I'm here thinking about the place of production of art. Art as fundamentally created in and dependent on a network of co-creators. I dare suggest that art is co-authored by a choir of more or less credited authors. And likewise, on the other end of production is the reception. The forum in and around art also does not end at an isolated encounter with the spectator, but interacts with a local sociality, a machinery of medial circulation, with criticism, with a global and national economy, and with an uncertain number of discourses. In other words, the infrastructures of the art world are full of interests. So as you can hear, I start thinking about art as forum right now, the way that we are assembled in and around art by hunting down the old ghosts of aesthetic theory, artistic autonomy, the disinterested beholder, and the idea of a public sphere accessible to anyone. Art as forum is interwoven with domestic and invisibilized relations, uncredited collaborations, education, infrastructures of distribution, possibilities of national and international funding, art institutions, national codes, laws, migration policies, technology, and historical consensual ways of selecting what is presented and not. So the Forum of Art is based on human and non-human support. It is a space of codependency, not of independency, a space of conflictual encounters. In that sense, we can analyze and historicize the Forum of Art as deeply political. Art is not only disturbing the sensible or distributing the sensible, as Jacques Rancière would have it. If we think with our second keynote speaker today, who is Bojana Kunst, we can even say that both on the side of the artists and on the side of the audiences, the forums of art are co-organizing livable lives. Regarding our own academic ethics of production or our practice in Art as Forum, we are discussing how to, in our way, co-produce academic research to a Nordic as well as a global field. We compose assemblies of discussion and reflection from our position as 5 years granted research center. And we will carefully invite co-producers of research within the arts to think with us and our students and colleagues in the coming years. And I will now pass on the word to Frederik Tystrup, my colleague, who will illuminate the composition of how we think together in the following 2 days.
Now that Cecilie has given us a first outline of the research field that we are trying to get our heads around, I was wondering if one could very briefly kind of slogan-like rephrase what is the research questions that we want to engage with over the next 5 years in this center. And I thought kind of an ostentatious way of doing it would be to say that we, with our work in the center, would propose a new and two-pronged approach to talking about aesthetics. On the one hand, we should talk about aesthetics as the relation between artworks and beholders, as we have been doing for 250 years or something. Still good and true, and a lot of interesting to say still in this overpopulated field of traditional aesthetic studies. But on the other hand, what we want to is to add not only the relation between artwork and beholder as object of research, but also the social relations that come with that first relation between artwork and beholder. That is, the social relations that are assembled into the phenomenal presence of artworks. All those entanglements that Cecilie was talking about just a moment ago. And the social relations that constellate around the instantiation of artworks. Expand the way in which we talk about aesthetics so that we supplement the frontal relation between artwork and beholder with a transversal dimension, a set of transversal relations between people mediated by artworks. That would be the brief version of the ambition here, to combine the first aesthetics, the first frontal aesthetics, with an enhanced and open transversal aesthetics of dealing with artworks. So we have not just one dimension of the aesthetic that we focus on, but two dimensions, two sides, two wings, say, to carry the notion of art, not only depending on the one wing, which would be the individual encounter, both the individual and the collective encounter as the two aspects of our understanding of artwork. Now, to want to insist on this broadening of the field, it's tempting, of course, then to go back to the origins of aesthetic thinking. Aesthetic not as a field of art and sensibility, but aesthetic as a science of how we engage sensually with the world. That is the 18th century idea of aesthetics promulgated by Baumgarten and Kant and all those old guys. Aesthetics, if we look at it in that way, it's a science about the way in which we produce cognition through our senses, which has merged into modern philosophy of art as an emphasis on aesthetic experience. Aesthetic experience as the question, how do we make sense of sensation? Which is the question we meet artworks with. Furthermore, how do we make sense of the way in which our sensation is affected by the artworks we find around us? We're trying to once again get our heads around that old question. It is tempting then to try to insert into that thinking the twin dimensions of aesthetics I was talking about at the beginning. If we say aesthetics is about making sense of sensation and making sense of the artworks that do tricks with our sensation even, making sense invariably always takes the guise of a social negotiation. That's what we have learned from Kant, from Hannah Arendt, from Stanley Cavell, from Jean-Luc Nancy. Even if making sense is something which operates tacitly in our own heads, then it does so engaging with a language that again engage us in a communal sphere of making sense. So already by this primitive token, the aesthetic relations evoke social relations and activate social relations. Making sense takes us in that direction. Making sense of sensation. Now, sensation, on the other hand, is something that is necessarily also shared. What impinges on me impinges on others too. Being affected, being moved, being challenged, all the things we say about our encounters with artworks, these are shared experiences. Or say experiences that come with a shared attention to those objects and things and events that we direct our attention to. Making the me of sensation a part of an us exposed to this particular set of affects that we talk about. Aesthetic experience, and that's really what we want to claim here, always comes with an experience of sociality. Experiencing art might be a way of coming to terms with oneself, but it's also a way of coming to terms with yourself alongside the other, together with others. Now, with this point of departure, you could say we have two research agendas that come associated to the twin aesthetics that I talked about. On the one hand, an attempt to rethink how we understand art by factoring in the seminal role of communality, the communal being in the experience of art. But that would also, as a next step, inevitably invite to rethink also our notions of communality themselves. Think about social being or being together as it is being expounded in the experience of art, in the togetherness of being affected, and in the multifariously social modes of existence that we find in the artworks that we work with. How art comes to us as part of a social infrastructure and a way of addressing a deliberative kind of togetherness. I'm sorry, I was just going to tell you about the program for today, and that's what I'm going to do now, because based on this brief reflection, you could say that we have tried to mirror this reflection in the program of the afternoon today, where we will be given, firstly, a quick overview of our position within the broader realm of aesthetic theory today. And after that, we have invited a social scientist that has a specific eye to the social logic of the aesthetics. And finally, a theorist of art with an acute and articulate sense of the social agency of art. So I think we will come eventually full circle round before drinks at 6, if we're lucky. I should say something perhaps also about the programming of the day tomorrow, because it's a little bit unusual for a conference program. Again, the central research question we are trying to handle are big and baggy and relate to an endless array of artistic productions and practices and innumerable theoretical edifices that we can address. So we tried to figure out how can we organize this amorphous tangle of guiding questions. And we tried to do it firstly by slice these questions up into 5 different dimensions that appeared a little bit more easy to approach, perhaps. And then again, slicing those dimensions into different sets of questions that mirror a disciplinary backbone of the academic work. So trying to slice and dice into dimensions and questions, we might eventually be able to curate the discussion that we want to have in this place. And you might say, to do that, we have taken a quite really outrageous liberty in the way in which we have organized the program. We have invited 25 eminent scholars, but not to talk about what you work on, not to enlighten us about your work, but asking you to comment on our ideas. It is quite outrageous, really, isn't it? And we surely appreciate the generosity that has been shown in actually accepting this invitation to come and, as Cecilie said, co-produce with us. Help us to find a way of working the research questions that we are trying to open up still. Now, on a practical note, it is really, really good, as Cecilie said. It's so nice to be together again in a setting like this one. And it's also a little bit awkward saying hello, and we have unlearned proximity almost, and it's nice to start relearning it slowly and cautiously as we do. We need to keep thinking about the barring of every other seat, keeping our distances. We should find a way of maneuvering around the room here, and breaks and so on with the same cautiousness. Should be aware of points of contact. There are some small pads everywhere to kind of rinse the territory, sit on. In Q&A sessions, we won't pass a mic, but have a mic on a stick that comes down. I think we've been thinking very thoroughly about this. All think about hygiene and alcohol gel and all that stuff. The coffee breaks, lunch tomorrow will be in the cafeteria of the law school. We're in law school territory. It's exciting in its own right. Right down the corridor here, and we will show you the way. And practical questions go to Ida, to Emma, to Thea, and they will be able to provide almost everything you want. Okay. The first item on the afternoon program, the first presentation, has been commissioned not as a full keynote address, but as a research statement, say, a research statement concerning the state of the art of aesthetic theory today, and a horizon scan of the research landscape that we want to encroach on with the research center. And there has been absolutely no doubt about whom to invite for this actually quite difficult task to make this scan in 25 minutes time. We have of course asked Morten Kundrup to join us for that task. Morten has been the chair of aesthetics and culture at the University of Aarhus since the department's inception. And looking at Morten's writings, books, articles, talks over the last 30 years or something, then you will recognize an ongoing stream within this broader work, addressing consistently questions of aesthetics, and has set a considerable standard for the practice of aesthetics as a scientific discipline, and setting this discipline as a central one in the modern humanities. Now, moreover, Morten Kundrup is familiar with the research endeavors animating our center. He has been our liaison on the board of the New Carlsberg Foundation, and he is the instigator, as we all know, of the New Carlsberg Foundation research initiative that has now gone into its 11th year of successful funding of research in the arts and has our center as a generous offspring. So, Morten, you have given us the title, Art and Forum, some research questions. And I leave you not really the floor, but the stage here.
Thank you, Frederik. Hello, everybody. Art as forum. Kunsten som forum. Now, why that? Do we not already know just about everything important and worth knowing about the communities within and around art? We understood here as the endeavors in total by the sciences of art and culture in the broadest sense, that is including also research within philosophy, aesthetics, history, sociology, and social sciences in general. Indeed, we do know really much about the communities of art. On the other hand, there is also quite a good deal which we do not know. Moreover, parts of what we do not know belong to the more important properties of the functions of art in our society. This small introduction at first will sketch out parts of what we do know as a background to the questions one might subsequently ask about what we apparently still do not know about the specific communities the fora art gives rise to. Now, we have extensive knowledge about the basic historical changes of the function and status of art, changes which rise along with the modern, that is more or less unfolding during the 18th century. Before then, as we know, art was first and foremost instrumental, that is, was produced and received as part of a purpose outside art itself. Beauty and perfection in artisanship, which the greatest works of art were capable of presenting, would have a purpose. In general, the purpose of representing, that is, support and emphasize, for instance, the potency of some religious or mundane power. The borderline between art and craft was neither clear nor stringent. An artist would work with defined assignments ordered by somebody, paying for having these assignments done. The production of art and the function of art thus were not separated from each other, were not disjunctive processes. Separated, however, they are to become during the rise of the modern society. Poiesis and aesthesis, the production of art and the reception of art, are little by little falling apart. The artist now begins to produce to receivers. It was mostly he's back then, he does not know, and his assignments become defined by himself, not by others. An audience emerges, an audience which, although constituted by individuals, acquires an independent existence, both psychologically, in terms of the feeling of belonging to such an audience, and sociologically, through institutions, functions, and representatives within the public life. What had up to then been a number of distinguished arts with varying tasks and functions now becomes included in a new general concept. The arts are being subsumed under the art as such, die Kunst, la Kunsten. Art becomes a collective singular. Art, from now on, constitutes its own separate area, field, or system within society. Art becomes autonomous. The concept and the whole notion of art's so-called autonomy has been largely misunderstood in theory and in practice. Art's autonomy is not about art being detached or independent from our society. To the contrary. Art is deeply entangled in our society's totality and to a far more intimate degree than ever before in history. The difference is that now art is in all respects part of the society as art. This means that art in the shape of artworks, institutions, agencies, artists, administrators, intermediators, administrators, critics, etc., is acting after rules and norms which are specific for exactly art. These rules are different from the ones elsewhere in our society. Above all, these rules do not include the general principle of purpose rationality in our modern society. In this sense, art in the modern constitutes a reality of its own, at the same time detached from and completely integrated in our society. Artists now simply create their works on behalf of art itself. They produce their works for an anonymous audience, including institutions, etc. This audience, in turn, approaches art with its particular preferences, individual and shared ones. All this gives rise to a wide range of different kinds of communities, not just in terms of concrete, situatively engendered communities, which of course are to be found as well, but also, and not least, in terms of communities which are structurally preconditioned by and active partners in the very fundamental mechanisms of the ongoing historical separation of art and its functions. Evidently, art itself constitutes such a community in an overall sense. Also inside the borders of art, however, a range of different communities are to be found. For example, horizontally among agents or institutions of the same type, artists, critics, museums, educational institutions, etc. Or vertically in circuits concerning production, mediation, or sale of artworks. Among its beholders, art produces communities as well, be it among parts of the audience, sharing preferences of taste, or in the shape of, for example, political movements outside art with specific operational tasks on their agenda. The rise and the function of these communities and their mutual functions as well are in their historical genesis, have already to some extent been thoroughly studied and described scientifically by the art sciences, aesthetics, philosophy, cultural studies. In other words, they do belong to what we actually know quite much about, not least if we add together the insights of these disciplines respectively. Now, what we do not know, in fact, however, we know much less about our specific encounters with the field of art, regarded quite concretely. The communities which art gives rise to in our encounters with it, how do they look? What are their functions in a more general sense? This question includes several levels concerning a me and us, the artwork, the art world, and of course the society we live in. On the one hand, any encounter is always concrete and situative. A particular individual meets a particular artwork. Two singularities connect. On the other hand, any individual is always already embedded in a community, a cultural context that is in itself specified, also in its relationship to art. Individuals are members of an audience subjectively as well as objectively. Any artwork, in turn, is similarly always already embedded in art as such, which constitutes its ground, the generic community on which it is based and to which it relates to in its signification. Any individual evidently also has a significational relation to art as such, being the framing condition of the concrete encounter. Similarly, the artworks do, one by one, relate to communities within the audience in different ways. Our encounters, our connections with art, thus, are taking place in the framework of a complex network or system of different crossing relations. Relations between me and the artwork, me and the field of art, me and my communities, between the artwork and the field of art, between the communities and the field of art, etc., etc. This set of possible active relations can be systematized into a set of at least some 6 types of separate relations working simultaneously. I'll spare you the details on this occasion. But the important point is that all of these relations, one by one, create communities, create fora. Some of those fora are or do become empirically real. Others are rather imagined as if fora of no less importance in their functions. Now, the character and reach of these communities, of these particular fora that our encounters with art and gender have most often been investigated under perspectives which have been either delimited to a very narrow approach, for instance on the level of singular artworks, genre or art forms, or treated in extremely generalizing terms. That is, roughly spoken, have been approached too narrowly or too broadly. This may be a somewhat cheap generalization, however, apparently space and need is at hand by now, for more precise investigations into the fora that are generically specific in our encounters with art. Research into the genesis, physiognomy and function of these fora, their function conceived both concerning the art system itself and more broadly in relation to our society. Research into art as forum. Now, to wrap up, why have these specific encounters traditionally been studied so relatively intermittently by the sciences of art and culture? After all, the basic distinctions of modernity have been in existence now for several hundred years. So why are more consistent approaches becoming visible exactly by now? There are, of course, several levels of answers to these questions. First, historical change goes on incessantly and continuously, and any historical situation is in principle unique in its possibilities, visibilities, and structures, also inside greater historical spaces of signification, such as modernity. But furthermore, the history of modernity has a peculiar key feature concerning the fundamental distinctions of modernity. These distinctions, as we know conceptually, above all about the fact that basic columns of signification, such as the good, the true, the beautiful, now can be conceived of separately and subsequently become understandable as mutually independent. You know, the beautiful may be evil and still beautiful, the truth may be ugly, and the good may be untrue, and so forth. Sociologically, our society as a whole is divided into relatively independent spheres or systems within which particular rules and motives are at work, respectively. Moreover, these distinctions are no longer understood as given from above or from the outside. They are now seen as made of by ourselves, just like each and every one of us is basically thrown back to ourselves. Our world has become immanent. However, the fact that these fundamental changes and distinctions are developing does not necessarily mean that in general they are understood and acknowledged as a societal condition. To the contrary, history shows us. The breaks, the rise of distinctions, the immanence, in fact, very quickly gave rise to a series of efforts to reconcile, to reunify what was thus about to be separated. The history of aesthetics is a very good example. As we know, the new discipline aesthetics was baptized and elaborated by Baumgarten and especially by Kant during the late 18th century. Historically, as a consequence of the separation of poiesis from aesthetis. However, no sooner had this separation been acknowledged than a great campaign of reconciliation was launched by German Romanticism, pinpointed in Hegel's aesthetic theory. Here the good, the true, and the beautiful are reunified in an understanding of art as leading to the highest reason. By this, the ground was laid to the series of cognitivist, so-called speculative traditions within aesthetics and the philosophy of art. These traditions have been playing an important and often dominating role until today. Their focus has been the truth, Wahrheitsästhetik, as it has been called. The reflections on not just art and aesthetic relations, but on our societal structures in general, thus have been pervaded by a manifest reluctance against acknowledging modernity's basic distinctions at face value. Totality, harmony, authenticity, the true ground beneath the cheating surface, the so-called depth model, Jamison, have been and still are positive core values in our space of signification. Paradoxically, these endeavors of reunification on the ideological level have been going on incessantly, all the while society's activities and practice have been building on the very same basic distinctions. In particular, arts activities have indeed. Some of the discussions of the roles and tasks of art today as well are illustrative for this state of things. Historically, endeavors to place art in the service of a wide range of different purposes have been flourishing, be it political, ethical, or lately also agendas of gender and identity policies. In other words, art has been urged to instrumentally represent, bring forth, and influence specific opinions. This even to the point of excommunicating art that did not answer these demands, lately in the shape of even expecting artists themselves to personally incarnate them, for instance, concerning ethnic background and sexual orientation. Once again, such endeavors, of course, are legitimate parts of the fight for interests whatsoever. Historically, they have contributed, however, to giving lower priority to the understanding of the generic properties of our encounters with art and artworks. Why has it become more evident exactly by now that our encounters with art takes the shape of a collision of two heterogeneous logics, poiesis and aesthetis, so chacun. A collision which therefore may give rise to very particular kinds of communities. This too, of course, is the result of a long development history within art and within our understanding of art as well. The so-called de-objectualization of art, art's conceptual decoupling from its own materiality, has made art's particularity, its autonomy, still more obvious. The sciences of arts and culture, in turn, has experienced a late, much-needed modernization over the last 40 years. Their understanding of borderlines and the division of labor between the traditional disciplines has changed and gradually made them match better the reality they study. Thereby, the mechanisms of distinction themselves have become apparent as adjacent and necessary objects of research. Little by little, in the art sciences, aesthetics has been reinstalled as a discipline studying how artworks work when we meet them, and aesthetics concerning relations. The developments in contemporary digital aesthetics is a good example of this new landscape of approaches across traditional boundaries. We are catching up. Here and there it has been claimed we have never been modern, so Bruno Latour. This is probably taking it too far. Reconcilement presupposes conflict, as it is rightly stated somewhere in Ulysses. Freely translated into this context, the reoccurring efforts of reconciliation show us that the distinctions are real and strong, and that they possess conceptual and symbolic validity. The tendencies to using art in the service of all kinds of good purposes is not the sign of a weakening of art's autonomy. To the contrary, it demonstrates that the status of art in terms of exactly something particular, symbolically valuable in its initial freedom from purposes, is in good shape and therefore attractive, not least in the service of purposes. Artist Forum, as a research program, is building on the hypothesis that our encounters with art, exactly because of the symbolic initial distinction that are the precondition to these encounters, give rise to very particular communities in us, with us, in our society. These encounters, these communities, these fora call for basic research in order to be understood adequately. How do they work? What do they mean? How do they contribute to the social cohesion in general? What do they learn us? Could they be nurtured better on the audience side, but indeed on the artist side as well, in the education, the recruitment of artists, of art scholars, and so forth? We are not about to be running out of research questions in this connection. Finally, the science of arts and culture are, as we know, in all respects, children of the modern. Maybe, as soon-to-be grown-ups, we are about to becoming able to analyze and understand our own conditions as well. That means about to finally becoming modern ourselves. Not modern in the 18th century sense, but modern in terms of matching the ultra-complex distinctions of our contemporary world.
Thank you, Morten, for this flyover. You made it 25 minutes. It's curious, one cannot make an overview of aesthetic theory without calling forth a lot of questions. But you are not being allowed to ask those questions now. We simply store it and has what Morten just gave us as a background in the discussions that will follow. So, thank you very much, Morten. And exactly on time. This is wonderful and strange. We've become too disciplined by being sent home, I'm afraid. The next speaker, we have known you, Mustafa, much longer than you have known us, because your work has actually been really important in the work that we have been doing up to the launch of this research program. All of us have been reading and rereading your 2015 monograph called Space, Politics and Aesthetics, hereby warmly recommended to everybody, and particularly the way in which you have produced a reflection on the relation between aesthetics and communality in a very inspirational rereading of Hannah Arendt's political philosophy, pinpointing, of course, that this political philosophy comes out of a set of aesthetic questions in Kant's discussion of judgment. So how we see a problematic that comes out of the aesthetic tradition getting an important and seminal role in understanding the social logic of communality. Democracy is an old word for that. And doing that in your work in the horizon also of contemporary aesthetic and political theory with most notably Jacques Rancière and Jean-Luc Nancy. So this book, this 2015 book, has been one of our core part of our curriculum. So it's a great pleasure to have you come here today. I should, of course, say more formally that Mustafa Dikic is professor of urban studies at the École d'Urbanisme in Paris and jointly in Malmö University. holding a PhD from UCLA originally, having taught in Britain and now Scandinavia and France. So really a cosmopolitan researcher's profile. We have been reading a lot, as I said, in space, politics and aesthetics, but it shouldn't obscure the more recent work that you've published, the much acclaimed book on the urban age, which is a book on urban rage that comes with rising inequality and injustice in the urban centers of the world. A beautiful and thorough analysis of the rise of urban rage, its causes, and the ways in which we should read such instances carefully to understand their significance as important political signals that we should be able to read eventually. But today I think that much of your talk will draw on the earlier stuff. Also, you have given us the title Aesthetics and the Creation of Common Worlds, and we look very much forward to it. So please welcome Mustafa Cikic.
Can I just start it now? Wait until you tell me. Okay. Thank you very much, Frederick, for the generous introduction, and thank you very much for the generous invitation. It really is a great honor for me to join you today in this event. I have some news, good or bad, I don't know, but in light of the recent events, the focus of my talk shifted slightly towards politics. I haven't changed the title, but the content is different, not radically different, but different than what I had originally had in mind and what I had promised to do. So I hope you can forgive me for this shift, but I felt moved to respond to some of the current events. I will start with a story and try to draw some political implications from this. Castella has a big mustache and he tells vulgar jokes. He doesn't like reading, he doesn't like the theater. He spends his days at a factory, which belongs to him, and his evenings at the theater, to which he seemingly does not belong. His unrefined ways, lack of education and artistic culture make him an object of ridicule when he joins the artists for dinner after the spectacle, with the hope of gaining the sympathy of the lead actress, Clara, with whom he has fallen madly in love. But they seem worlds apart. Castella's efforts seem to merely consolidate his position as a joking matter in this artistic milieu. In yet another effort to be close to Clara, Castella attends an exhibition by one of Clara's painter friends and buys a painting. But how could this mustachioed industrialist have a taste for painting not induced by some other sinister motivation? The painter's boyfriend believes that Castella felt obliged to buy the painting after having unwittingly insulted him and his boyfriend, the painter, with a pejorative remark on gay men. Clara thinks Castella is buying art to impress her. But Castella goes even further. He commissions the painter to paint a mural on the facade of his factory, which happens to be a paint factory. Although the painter's boyfriend believes that Castella has commissioned his boyfriend because he appreciates his art, Clara thinks they are taking advantage of his feelings towards her. I know Castella, she says. He doesn't appreciate it. He doesn't know a thing. But when she visits the factory to put an end to this exploitation, as she sees it, Castella surprises her by telling her that he actually likes the paintings, and that is why he is buying them. You didn't think for a minute it could be because I like them. Don't worry, he assures Clara. It is because I like them. Now, Clara is speechless. Even this uneducated, vulgar factory owner, who doesn't know, as she said, a thing, has taste. He is not, as she wrongly believed, trying to satisfy the taste of others, the film's title, but his own. There is something egalitarian here. Castella is capable of making judgments of tastes, just like Clara, her painter friend, and all the others in this artistic milieu. Now, what political lessons can be drawn from this story? There is one obvious route to take, following Pierre Bourdieu, and read this as a critique of taste. We will then see poor Castella as humiliated and oppressed because of his lack of taste, which is the result of his lack of education, cultural capital, and so on. This would then imply a politics that would denounce all grantors and grants for privilege, such as elite schools, social, cultural, and institutional structures. And in this sense, this would be an egalitarian politics with equality as its objective. This is a fine politics, but it denies all capacity to Castella, who can only play the role of poor Castella in this scenario. Indeed, he has to remain only that for the critique to have any legitimacy at all. If there is any hope for emancipation for Castella, it will come from the critique's denunciation of such markers of privilege and distinction. Can we make Castella play a different role, a part where he emancipates himself by demonstrating a capacity that is denied to him? Now, my aim in this talk is to show on what basis we could answer this question in the affirmative, and what this implies for thinking politics, inspired mainly by Jacques Rancière's political aesthetic, where equality is taken as a given rather than as an objective to be attained. I will try to consider an aesthetic mode of political thinking that is not constructed around epistemological justification or means-end calculation. This implies a political relation to the world that is not one of knowing. Remember, Castella didn't know a thing, but one of aesthetics, and I am interested in the political implications of such an aesthetic orientation. There is, however, a risk involved in such an endeavor, as illustrated by Martin Jay's review of what aesthetic and aestheticized politics may mean. He identifies three strands. The first strand uses the term aesthetic to define an autonomous and disinterested realm of art from which non-aesthetic criteria are deliberately excluded, art for art's sake, in short. Politics aestheticized in this sense puts aesthetic worth and radical disinterestedness over human life and interests, an extreme example of which would be Mussolini's son-in-law's admiration of the beauty of the bombs dropped on Ethiopians, comparing them to flowers bursting into bloom. Now, partly related to this, a second use of the term aesthetic in association with politics reflects an artistic and elitist will to shape matter. Jay's example here is the fascist adoption of this idea, as illustrated by Mussolini's comparison of the masses to wax in his hands. Whereas these two uses illustrate the dominance of art over life and artistic will over public, Jay identifies a third use where aesthetics is associated with the seductive power of images. This form of aestheticized politics indicates the victory of the spectacle over the public sphere, where any potential for rational deliberation in public space is overwhelmed by images in a spellbinding yet illusionary spectacle. The connotations of aestheticized politics that come out of Martin Jay's review are not gratifying. Irrationality, illusion, fantasy, myth, sensual seduction, the imposition of will, and inhumane indifference to ethical, religious, or cognitive considerations. As Jay observes, Walter Benjamin's association of fascism with the introduction of aesthetics into politics has led to the establishment of a firm link between the aestheticization of politics and fascism. But the link between aesthetics and politics is not necessarily evil. Jay notes that there are other implications of aestheticizing politics rather than turning all aesthetic politics into a form of tyranny. His examples are Hannah Arendt and Jean-François Lyotard, both of whom were inspired by Kant's theory of aesthetic judgment in their understanding of politics, ethics, while avoiding the sort of aestheticized politics that has been associated with fascism. Now, today I want to focus on a different example, the example of Jacques Rancière mainly, as I said. I think Rancière establishes an original relationship between aesthetics, equality, and freedom based on a very unorthodox interpretation of Kant's first and third critiques, critique of pure reason and critique of judgment, or critique of the power of judgment. And this is the basis of my argument today for an aesthetic mode of political thinking. What Rancière found so politically appealing in Kant's aesthetic theory was its assumption of a decentered subject and its implications for dissensus. Rancière's politics implies a disruption of common sense understood as what is commonly made available to the senses and made to make sense. And the emphasis here is not on judging as such, as it is, for example, with Hannah Arendt, but on what making a judgment implies. So we are less interested in Castella's judgment. Does he like the painting? Does he not like the painting? Than his verification of a shared capacity. Even he who doesn't know a thing is capable of making aesthetic judgments, a sign of equal capacities, a sign of equality for Rancière. That is his very unorthodox interpretation, which I'm sure made many Kantian scholars very, very unhappy. There is for Rancière an aesthetics at the core of politics that has nothing to do with Walter Benjamin's discussion of the aestheticization of politics specific to the age of masses. This aesthetics should not be understood as the perverse commandeering of politics by a will to art, by a consideration of the people qua work of art, as I mentioned in Jay's review. Indeed, he even argues that, Rancière, there never has been any aestheticization of politics in the modern age because politics is aesthetic in principle. When you're French, you have to be obscure and you have to make this grand statement. So I think that comes with the title. But what does he really mean by aesthetics? When considering the aesthetic dimension of politics, Rancière admittedly uses aesthetic in a sense close to the Kantian idea of a priori forms of sensibility. It is not a matter of art and taste. It is, first of all, a matter of time and space. Although not conceptually organized around aesthetics, The Knights of Labor, his 1989 book, on 19th century workers, was a prime example of this, where Rancière provided an account of how the workers' time and space were organized. The division they had to abide by, work and rest, prevented them from doing anything other than what this partitioning imposed. At night, the worker had to sleep rather than think, write or discuss, so that she or he would be ready for work the next morning. Emancipation implied undoing this order. This is a common thread in Rancière's work that we see later on again, that systems of domination impose or consolidate spatial and temporal orders, and politics is about disrupting them. This aesthetic dimension is the first Kantian legacy in Rancière's politics, but this is the aesthetic of Kant's first critique, rather than the aesthetics of his third critique. Kant's transcendental philosophy was concerned with the a priori conditions that make our experience of the world possible, and the focus of his first critique was on mental abilities of cognition as part of our experience of the world. The part where he dealt with the sensibility, in the first critique was the transcendental aesthetic, where he famously defined space and time as a priori forms of intuition or sensibility. As a priori forms, space and time make objects possible and organize the multitude of sensations we receive into a whole, and thus give form to our experience of the world. We encounter particular objects and become aware of them as spatially and temporally ordered, as exhibiting relations of simultaneity and succession, and as having a form, possessing spatial features such as shape and extension. According to Kant, this spatial or temporal system of relations is a priori and has its source in our minds. That it is a priori means, however, that it is already given to us, built in our minds, that it does not rely on experience, but merely gives form to experience, merely gives form to our awareness of things in space and time. Now, Rancière does not follow Kant to the letter. His is an interpretation rather than an application of the Kantian idea of a priori forms of sensibility. He specifies that he does not deal with time and space as forms of presentation of the objects of our knowledge. For him, they are forms of configuration of our place in society, forms of distribution of the common and the private, and of assignation of everybody of his or her own part. If Kant dealt with aesthetics as a priori forms that order what presents itself to sense experience, Rancière deals with it as partition of the sensible, le partage du sensible, evoking at once the first critique's concern with the form of what is presented to the senses, and the third critique's concern with aesthetics as a form of relating to the world. The word partage is oxymoronic, as it means both partition and sharing. Rancière uses it to refer to both what is put in common, mise en commun, and shared in the community, and also what is separated and excluded, such as the separation of the visible and invisible, audible and inaudible, speech and noise. There is, however, another meaning of the word, as used in the phrase en partage. It refers to an inheritance, an endowment, usually positive, such as talent. So another connotation of the term, le partage du sensible, would be to be given certain ways of perceiving and making sense of things, habitual, routinized, or normalized ways of perceiving and making sense of things, the disruption of which is the sublime aspect of politics, as I will try to argue towards the end of the talk. Rancière, therefore, both alters and expands the notion of a priori forms, which are no longer in the mind, where Kant had them, but in particular historical and geographical contexts as products of processes, conflicts, and tensions. Gabriel Goni, one of Rancière's 19th century workers, is a central figure in the first part of the Knights of Labor book. He is a floor layer by day, an intellectual by night, refusing to abide by the divide established between work and rest. There is a particular passage in Goni's journals that Rancière cites, where Goni is reflecting on himself while working at the house of a bourgeois family. Believing himself at home, he loves the arrangement of a room so long as he has not finished laying the floor. If the window opens out on a garden or commands a view of a picturesque horizon, he stops his arms a moment and glides in imagination toward the spacious view to enjoy it better than the possessors of the neighboring residences. For Rancière, this reads like a personal paraphrase of the critique of judgment. Goni ignores the fact that the house does not belong to him, but acts as if what was being enjoyed by the gaze also belonged to him. There is a disjunction between what his occupation tells his arms to do and his capacity that allows his gaze to follow and appreciate a beautiful scene. Although the Nice of Labor does not relate this to Kant, Rancière makes this connection explicit in his later writings, stating that Goni, in a sense, confirmed Kant's analytic of the beautiful. In order to appreciate the form of a palace, one needs to drop the question of knowing how the sweat of the people serves to construct the privileges of the rich. This does not, of course, mean that one should not care about such things. The moral of the story lies elsewhere. It's the possibility of this disinterested gaze that emancipates the worker. Now, I think this got a bit confusing. I don't think it's my fault. I think it's in Rancière, because I'm wondering how did Rancière now move from Goni, the floor layer, to the palace, and from there to emancipation. Now, the answer is Kant's peculiar conception of aesthetic judgment in the third critique. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this already, so bear with me. I have to do this as part of the presentation. Then I'll tell you some other stuff. So, aesthetic judgment in the third critique. For Kant, aesthetic judgments or judgments of taste are reflective judgments. These differ from determinative judgments because they proceed without a concept. In the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant defines judgment as the faculty of subsuming under rules, that is to say, of determining whether something stands under a given rule or not. Without this faculty, that is, without concepts with which to classify particulars, we cannot have knowledge. But not all judgments are the same. These are the definitive judgments. And Kant provides a distinction in the Critique of Judgment. The power of judgment in general is the faculty for thinking of the particular as contained under the universal. If the universal, the rule, the principle, the law, is given, then the power of judgment, which subsumes the particular under it, is determining. If, however, only the particular is given, for which the universal is to be found, then the power of judgment is merely reflecting judgments or reflective judgments. This means that aesthetic judgments, as reflective judgments, do not contribute to knowledge because they are made in the absence of concepts. The peculiar aspect of Kant's theory of aesthetic judgment is that we all, by our very nature, have the ability to judge things as beautiful or sublime, to make aesthetic judgments, as Castella did, to the surprise of Clara. But where is the political element here? In an essay entitled The Skeptic, David Hume wrote the following. There is something approaching. You will tell me if what I'm reading is not there, right? I don't want to turn and look at them. There is something approaching to principles in mental tastes, and critics can reason and dispute more plausibly than cooks or perfumers. We may observe, however, that this uniformity among humankind hinders not, but that there is a considerable diversity in the sentiments of beauty and worth, and that education, custom, prejudice, caprice, and humor frequently vary our taste of this kind. Now, Kant's response was the following. Thus, all the critics, as Hume says, can reason more plausibly than cooks, they still suffer the same fate as them. They cannot expect a determining ground for their judgment from proofs, but only from the reflection of the subjects on his own taste of pleasure or displeasure, rejecting all precepts and rules. There then we have it. Anyone, be it a cook or a critic, a paint factory owner or a floor layer, has the capacity for aesthetic judgment, for such judgments are not determined by concepts, rules, knowledge, desire, or interests. Kant thus refuses to submit the capacity for judgment under rules or the qualities of the person making it. The radical implication is that anyone has this capacity. One does not need to know the rules or have certain qualifications. In this sense, Kant's aesthetic implies a radically egalitarian politics, as it not only declines to attribute rules or standards to aesthetic judgment, thereby removing possible sources of privilege and authority, but also implies the disruption of any imposed or consolidated subject positions. Neither the cook nor the critic are differentiated by their skills, authority, or legitimacy in making judgments of taste. There is here an aesthetic suspension of knowledge, of interest, desire, and established distributions of roles and aptitudes. Indeed, it's a suspension of any ground for grounds for privilege and hierarchy. There is a moment of interruption in aesthetic judgment when the subject's interests, cognitive determinations, desires, and ambitions are suspended. This suspension of our dominant inclinations suggests a politics because it implies an alternative way of relating to the world. This is the second Kantian legacy in Rancière's politics. There is, however, a third legacy. For Kant, we have different cognitive faculties that work together. The understanding provides the concepts. The imagination represents, so to speak, the senses. Its role is to hold together under a form what is received by our senses, which then is subsumed under concepts provided by the understanding. Therefore, there is ordinarily a hierarchical relationship between the understanding and the imagination, where the latter operates under the rules provided by the former. What this means is that in its ordinary employment, the imagination is not free because it operates under the rules of the understanding. However, in aesthetic judgment, the imagination and the understanding enter into a different, non-hierarchical relation. They are now in free play, as Kant calls it, where no rule or concept governs. This absence of hierarchy and conceptual determination signals a freedom. In aesthetic judgments, therefore, a certain freedom with respect to the sensible has been gained. There is a moment of freedom in the way I relate to the world, where I can judge an object or event in its particularity, in its and in my freedom. Aesthetic experience suspends the power relations which usually structure the experience of the knowing, acting, and desiring subject. Therefore, it not only implies a certain disconnection from the habitual conditions of sensible experience, but also a dissensus, understood here as the rupture of a certain agreement between thought and the sensible. That follows from the de-hierarchization of faculties, the understanding and the imagination. And this, I think, is the third Kantian legacy in Rancière's politics. As Rancière writes, the essence of politics is dissensus. But dissensus is not the opposition of interests or opinions. It is the production within a determined, sensible world of a given that is heterogeneous to it. This production defines, in a specific sense, an aesthetic of politics that has nothing to do with the aestheticization of forms of power or the manifestations of collectivity. Politics is aesthetic in that it makes visible what had been excluded from a perceptual field, and in that it makes audible what used to be inaudible. It inscribes one perceptual world within another. For Rancière, the political pertinence of aesthetic experience comes from the dissensus it occasions, a disagreement between the understanding and imagination, between thought and the sensible. This makes aesthetic experience to be politically significant, and politics implies a disruption of established ways of seeing, being, and sense-making, a reorganization of the partition of the sensible, if you will. As we have seen, Rancière establishes a relation between Kant's two aesthetics, that is, between forms of perceiving the world, the forms in and through which we perceive worldly phenomena, and modes of relating to the world, to what is presented to our senses, which implies modes of being in the world. The disruption of established forms of perceiving the world and relating to it implies dissensus, the essence of politics for Rancière. A dissensus, he writes, is not a conflict of interests, opinions, or values. It is a division put in the common sense, a dispute about what is given, about the frame within which we see something as given. A dispute, this is what I call dissensus, putting two worlds in one and the same world. A political subject, as I understand it, is a capacity for staging such scenes of dissensus, as he writes. Common sense here refers to what is commonly made available to the senses and made to make sense, the frame, as it were, that conditions are forms of perceiving the world and modes of relating to it. The disruption of this frame, the alteration of established ways of knowing the world and worldly involvement is the sublime element in politics. This is a disruption of common sense understood as habitual or routinized ways of perceiving and making sense of the world. A moment, if you will, to stop and think, as Hannah Arendt would put it. What the sublime disrupts is our aesthetic relation to the world, although such a disruption does not necessarily imply good politics. Totalitarian regimes, fascist governments, military coups also radically disrupt our ways of perceiving and relating to the world. In evoking the image of the sublime, therefore, I do not mean to advocate an unconditional support for disruptive and transformative politics for the sake of disruption and transformation. Also, my association of the image of the sublime with politics is not meant to transform sublime unrepresentability into an ethical imperative of absolute respect for otherness, as, for example, in Lyotard. What I want to emphasize is that political subjects do not exist as political subjects before they introduce a rupture in the established order of things, setting up a stage for manifesting dissensus, handling a wrong, and verifying equality. Let me try to wrap this up. I proposed an understanding of aesthetics to evoke forms of perceiving the world and modes of relating to it. Politics, in this view, implies a disruption of established, habitual, inherited, or common sense forms and modes of perceiving the world and relating to it. This is what leads to my association of politics with the aesthetics features of the Kantian sublime as something that defeats our senses, disrupts our ordinary ways of perceiving and making sense of the world, something that overflows, something that has no pre-given space. This is the room of local democracy in Paris. Is there a, I'm not sure if there's a, but anyways. So as you can see, it's transparent. You can see inside, and somebody put a note there which says, "Don't lock this door." So in many ways, it doesn't get any better than this. It's local, it's transparent, it's open. But what I'm interested in is what has no place in this kind of room, what indeed escapes this room. This kind of institutional structure facilitating participation is important, but not sufficient. I think it will be a big political mistake to fall under the illusion that the established institutions and spaces of politics, however democratic, local, transparent, open, will be sufficient to address all political wrongs and exhaust all political possibilities. Therefore, I emphasize an understanding of politics based on everything I've been talking about before as some form of spatialization, the opening up of new spaces, which establishes politics as different and distinct from already consolidated formations and arrangements, while recognizing that politics is neither unrelated to nor immune to them. For example, having a constitution is a very, very good thing. Politics in this sense is also about resisting the givenness of place, of given identities, roles, functions, or spaces. Why am I insisting on such understanding of politics? It's because this understanding of politics draws attention to instances where established political institutions no longer satisfy democratic aspirations and demand for justice. This is a famous May 68 poster, and it says, "Carry on voting, I'll do the rest." So this understanding of politics also draws attention to instances where actions escape the designated spaces designated by governing orders. This is a photo taken, I'm not sure if you have followed it, but there were huge riots in Ferguson, Missouri in the United States in 2014 after an unarmed black teenager was murdered. And the police designated this area as an approved assembly area. So if you had to protest, you have to be in this space. This was before the Trump administration, so the spelling mistake is probably due to a technical error rather than widespread illiteracy. So I'm also insisting on this kind of politics because this understanding of politics draws attention to instances where polite political practices have reached their limits and are no longer satisfactory. So let me change registers and move from Kant and Rancière to conclude with urban uprisings. The eruptions of rage in the past years in several cities around the world is a sign that there are forms of grievances, forms of resentment that cannot be addressed within given institutional arrangements of our democracies. Not all of these uprisings took place in democratic regimes, of course, but even if we look at liberal democracies in the past decade or so, we see an unprecedented wave of uprisings, spectacular urban demonstrations and revolts, which were all repressed by an increasingly militarized police. This suggests that contemporary processes, economic, urban, political, produce forms of dissent that the established institutions of liberal democracies cannot accommodate in uncoercive ways. There is, in other words, something that eludes the established and formal spaces of these democracies, something that eludes that room of local democracy, something that maybe has no place in it. And there is an excess that keeps breaking out. What animates me in proposing new ways of thinking politics is not a worry that things are not properly political anymore. I'm not interested in that. But the fact that there is an excess that keeps erupting, a rage that keeps erupting. We need, I strongly believe, ways of thinking about these eruptions in different political terms, rather than as matters of social order, criminology, or policing, because otherwise we will end up like this. And we ended up like this, I'm afraid. Yeah. The urban uprisings that have marked our urban age are political events in that they are episodic mobilizations that expose, I think that's the aesthetic dimension here, that expose injustices and grievances, stage public appeals to justice even without saying it, and raise claims about equality and accountability. They are political events in the sense that they expose fractures, patterns of oppression, and dynamics of inequalities and injustices in our societies. Urban uprisings are marked by elements of violence, yes, but they are first and foremost products of violence. They connect and speak to broader dynamics, including injuries of the past, difficulties of the present, and anxieties about the future. In their very violence, they expose the violence suffered and provide us with a moment to stop and think, suggesting other ways of perceiving and making sense of the world. So let me end on that gloomy note, and thank you for your attention and hospitality.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving this articulation between the principled discussion of aesthetics and its acute relevance in contemporary political discussions and confrontations. I think that we have a flying mic, don't we?
Is that a person? Flying mic.
Like that, okay, wonderful. So, comments to questions for Mustafa's presentation? And we'll have a mic flying to you. You want people to step down here?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. Do step down. Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of work to ask questions now. That will make you think twice before you raise your hand.
I didn't know that. No, but let me play the role of party spoiler. Or I mean, thanks a lot for a super interesting presentation, and not least of Rancher's attempt to think the aesthetic dimension of politics, which is useful in many instances, but in a certain sense, I was left by the feeling that, in a way, this very elaborate retelling of Kant and Rancher, in a certain sense, ended up showing the redundancy of a project like Artist Forum, because in a certain sense, I mean, I mean, of course, it's relevant to go back and restage different aesthetic theories, but precisely your ending, I mean, showed the necessity of a properly historical or materialist analysis of what's actually going on, and the necessity of engaging in that kind of reading more than in kind of like formal, abstract presentations of aesthetic theory.
Should we collect or should I?
Yes, I think so.
I can answer. Yeah.
Please.
Okay. Thank you for your effort to come. Ask your difficult question and go back to your seat. I think I see what you mean, but I don't think that's what I was trying to say at all. I mean, you can. I can say I can get out of what I presented myself, right? And I can look at it. I can look at what I did, and I could say, oh, you know what? I didn't need those first 30 minutes, which required me to read those very difficult books written by white men, I don't know how many years ago. And then let me tell you this other story. But that's not the case at all. The way I approach the other story is informed. I mean, they are, of course, there's no one-way relationship between those. But, oh, I shouldn't have touched my face. Now I'm going to die because of you. The way I look at those incidents of unrest, the way I talk about it, which maybe you thought like historical and materialist, is very much informed by this my engagement with. I'm not saying Rancière taught me this, but it's very much the engagement really gave me conceptual and maybe analytical tools to engage with it in a certain way that was done. Like Frederick was nice enough to remind you that I'm a social scientist. So in my field, urban uprisings has been studied by criminologists. And this kind of reading really allowed me to make a strong argument about them as being political events, which has long been denied. They were just studied as like some sociological curiosities, or like in more mainstream discourses, usually, demonized as mindless destruction, looting, and burning. So once again, I see what you're saying, but maybe it only looks like that. I mean, there's a lot of work behind it that doesn't come across here, and that's how I've been informed by that reading to look at these. I don't think I would be able to bring up this kind of interpretation of urban uprisings with some kind of conceptual luggage, or, I mean, I try to give it a light touch, but at least, I mean, there's some inspiration there. Yeah. But I see what you mean. Yeah. Are you sure you're really high up? I can bring it to you. We can meet in the middle.
This is thorough. That's good.
Hello, I'm Esa Kirkkopelto from Theatre Academy Malmö.
Yeah.
I have a question about this sublime, or rather like a request. Could you elaborate it a little bit further? Because, of course, we can think, as you like, lead us to think that when we witness an uprisal, like those ones going on right now in the US, they are like sublime events. But I think already Kant, in his times, witnessed a radical event called French Revolution.
Yeah.
And even though I think he really did not say it explicitly, but even from his perspective, that could be considered as something sublime. But he definitely wouldn't be satisfied with that conclusion.
Yeah.
That politics has to go beyond. It's something more. So my question is rather what happens, because what is done after the uprisals? When the uprisals end, a new kind of political thinking is probably born, but is it still sublime?
Yes.
So that how can we avoid this kind of dialectics between aesthetical beautiful everyday politics and the radical sublime real politics?
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me try to be more clear about it. I don't think I would be in favor of distinguishing between like something that's like more political or purely political than other kinds of politics. So I think the aim really is to expand the scope of politics. Not to say that what's going on in the municipal building, polling stations, what's going on in polling stations will define the future of the United States, probably the world in November. Not to suggest that those are unimportant political events, but to expand the scope of political thinking to consider what has previously not been considered as political, but only criminal, maybe for it to have some political implications. Now, the sublime, I might have put the sublime argument a bit more strongly than I intended. But I think in the book, when I'm more careful, because in the book, you think a bit more, and then somebody tells you when you haven't thought enough. So there I am careful to say that I'm not saying that politics is sublime or politics should be sublime, but just that I am associating this understanding of politics with the aesthetic features of the Kantian sublime, and not only the aesthetic and not the moral, because then we go into a whole different territory. So it's something that really something emerges. I will try to say this without simplifying it. I might not be successful, but something emerges in the agenda, in the world of sensible experience, that did not have any coordinates in our previous experience of the world. And I'm interested in that. And this doesn't have to be a good thing. It could be a very bad thing, corona, So something that then challenges the way I look at the world and engage with it. I was thinking, for example, one example could be in France we have the movement of sans-papiers, literally paperless people. So basically people who do not have official papers that allow or even recognize their existence in France, even though they might have families, maybe they have lived there for more than 20 years, they are paying tax and that kind of thing. Now, the sans-papiers were not always recognized. In the 80s, there's a long, 70s, 80s, long struggle of political organization and movement. But what they did at some point is to demonstrate at the Châtelet station. Châtelet is the center of like the Pole Parisian network, or metro network, right? So imagine this. This is the center of the French capital, and people who do not officially exist are demonstrating them as if they were political subjects. So to me, that was at least for me, was a very good experience. A group of people who were not even there, even though they were there, but who were not there as political subjects, suddenly disrupted the way of seeing this, and then the sans-papiers became a political and political subject. So I think it's that kind of thinking I'm after with the sublime aesthetic. Oh, where did this come from? And how do I readjust my engagement with worldly phenomena? So, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to elaborate. Yeah.
I was thinking perhaps going a little bit wider this direction.
Let's socially distance first.
I think your way of describing Rancière's take on Kant was very illuminating, with kind of 3 steps here: the transcendental aesthetics, the judgment, and the free play. And it made me think, and I think it resonates with the 2 questions that have been raised already. Something which is perhaps under-theorized in Rancière's thinking about aesthetics and politics. Of course, you could say that this process of judgment opens up some vistas we didn't know about. There is a new imagination sparked off, the free play of imagination. So eventually we end up with some new categories, kind of reforming what was the initial aesthetics, the transcendental aesthetics of time, space, and causality. But does he, or can we with him, explain the way in which this first aesthetics actually changes? Because we also say this aesthetics comes with categories. It's kind of fixed. The other one is open, mobile. The first aesthetics is fixed. But how come we can change this aesthetics? It needs to. It just struck me when you were talking. It needs that we go beyond Kant, so to speak, and think about the transcendental aesthetics, not in terms of cognition, but in terms really of power.
Yeah, I think it's I'm not even sure if I would have started with Kant. Actually, it's not fun. It wasn't fun for me to read Kant. Sorry. I did my best, but you only have that much time in life, and I might have considered something else. But I was really interested in Rancière. And I was really interested in Hannah Arendt, despite all my reservations. And slightly interested in Jacques Nancy too, for other reasons. I thought I couldn't understand them. I'm not saying in order to understand these three thinkers, you need to read Kant. Please don't get me wrong. But I thought I needed to engage with Kant to see where they were coming from. So I have no particular, Kant has no particular appeal to me. I just had to understand their Kantian inspirations. And I think you are absolutely right. And I think that might come back to your question. What's important is not the whole aesthetic, but what is made available to the senses and what is made to make sense is really about power and domination. Was that your? Okay, so let me give you an example. It's easy to get lost in the abstract thinking, but sometimes interesting examples come up. Does anyone remember we had this horrible? I should say these things like the president. Now the horrible is relative. Now we have Trump, but Nicolas Sarkozy, who was the president before, and then he first became Minister of the Interior. And Ministry of the Interior is a very good way to use as a stepping stone if you have presidential ambitions. And he came up to the Ministry of the Interior with a law and order repressive agenda. And his very, very first action when he became Minister of Justice was to change the frequency of the publication of delinquency figures. So suddenly those delinquency figures became statistical figures, became publicly available more frequently. That was his first. And then, of course, after that, his law and order policies became the natural response. Once you have defined the perceptive field, of course, everything was about preparing the conditions for So that kind of thing. I think you are absolutely right that we need to focus on that. But that's why I engage with Kant. Yeah, I'm not going to do that again. Yeah.
You don't have to walk that far, but still, yeah.
Okay, I'm a little bit on the track of how Mikkel posed the question before. In which ways are we historicizing the riots currently happening? And I happened to prepare something else for today that I didn't use, that I was thinking that I might use now. So sorry for the extra preparation. But in my summer holiday, I've been reading this Mary Angelou, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. And I've just been thinking along with you right now that how about thinking about the capability of riots happening in our historical presence, that we could think it along with a historical heritage of traditions in Black culture. I think that would be also I think also about what are we doing as scholars when we align them in with Kant and Rancière? What kind of gesture is it finally at the end of the day? And I just looked back into the book because it's I don't know if you know this book, but Mary Angelou is an activist and a writer, and she was at the forefront of the civil rights movement, and she's an amazing writer as a novel writer. But this is actually a self-biography from '69. And sorry for lecturing.
That's okay.
But well, she's as a child and young teenagers thinking about how could resistance be possible, basically, where could it come from, and a turning moment in the book is as she's sitting in the high school and in the primary school, and they're having their final day and the celebration, and a white man walks into the black school and tells them about their possibilities and talks about big important black sports persons. And so basically their perspective is they can become, what are they called, Jesse Owens or Joe Louis, whereas white kids could become Galileo, Curie, or Edison or other big names, right? So there is knowledge for the white kids and there is sports for the black kids, basically. And then she, in her mind, turns towards art and literature, especially, but also, she says, singers, as the ones who encourage to think in other ways. And I was actually thinking, do you understand Swedish, Danish?
Not Danish.
Not Danish,
Yeah.
but Swedish?
Slightly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I read in Danish a little quote, and then I sort of translate, okay? Okay. Kendte og ukendte sorte digtere, hvor tit har jeres fremstilling af smerten ikke holdt os oppe? Hvem kan tælle de ensomme nætter, der er blevet gjort mindre ensomme af jeres sange, eller de tomme gyder, der er blevet gjort mindre tragiske af jeres fortællinger? Hvis vi var et folk med stærk trang til at afsløre vores hemmeligheder, kunne vi rejse monumenter og tilbede erindringen om vores digtere, men den svaghed har slaveriet kureret os for. Det må være nok at sige, at vi overlever i tæt samspil med det engagement, der kommer til udtryk hos digtere, inklusiv prædikanter, musikere og bluessangere. So what she's saying here is, in the everyday racializing pain, basically art can keep them alive. And then she says, how about now if like that? Actually, basically, she says we survive because of this, because of art and poetry. And I'm just thinking about actually historicizing this statement and thinking maybe this, like the whole black culture has been really co-producing the possibility of uprisings today. That was actually where I wanted to go. To think with that, beside of the political events that have happened, like beside of the brutal murder, the coin events of murders in the past many years, right? So that would just be another way of sliding in towards historizing. Comment or not? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I mean, there's a whole history of, and it's not just in the US. I mean, in France, in Sweden, in 2013. I mean, these are I'm talking about countries that like to give democracy lessons to the rest of the world. France, Sweden, Greece, England, not UK necessarily, but United States, Turkey, then you can go further south, further east. There's a long history, and there's a long history of anti-slavery, anti-racism, anti-colonialism. That you can historicize these things. I'm totally with you on that. But I think that once again, I mean, I think I tried to tell Frederick why I engaged with Kant. Not for political reasons. I just had to understand Arendt, Rancière, and Nancy better. And the reason I'm so interested in, I find Rancière's. Actually, I have another answer for you. It keeps coming. The reason I find Rancière's thinking so powerful is that it has a very simple focus, and that's equality of anyone with anyone. And I find that very appealing as a starting point. But of course, then you historicize, as I do in my other writing, the struggle of black people in the United States, North African immigrants in France, and Southeastern immigrants in England. So yes, I agree. But this equality principle I like to keep in focus, and I'm engaging with all these authors in my other writing on these uprisings. I mean, I'm not starting with Rancière, right? But this really colored the way I wanted to approach these incidents as political incidents. So that was my big takeaway from Rancière. Now back to you. Rancière doesn't agree with that. I was mad at him. He gave an interview after we had the 2005 riots in France, and he just did not want to acknowledge that they were political incidents. He just thought, these kids are not even living in the worst of conditions. That to me was a major disappointment. So I'm not following him to the letter, as he did not follow Kant to the letter. And then coming back to the US, what happened in like this George Floyd, it's called George Floyd riots, but there is Breonna Taylor, there's all black female killings and all kinds of... I don't think it would have happened if we didn't have 2015 in Baltimore, 2014 in Ferguson, 2001 in Cincinnati, 1994 in Los Angeles, 1966, 68, I think there's a whole history of something that not only keeps building up, but something also shows that, you can do. There is another way to react to this because otherwise there is no end to it, right? So I think there's the historicizing it is. I'm totally with you and with you on that. The historicizing, yeah. So best friends forever.
So anyway, this might not look very attractive, but it's very accessible, though. It's fine. Meet you here.
So normally it would take me a bit faster to ask a question, but this made me hesitate a bit. Thank you. I couldn't follow from the beginning, but I would incline to maybe agree with a little bit the first question in terms of perhaps, or let's begin by saying I'm very happy that you ended with the Black Lives Matter movement and so on. Maybe I'm also a bit hesitant on moving into those through thinkers like Rancière or Arendt, and would maybe move to more other materialist histories. But if we continue to think with Kant then, and to end with what you were talking now when you answered this final question or comment, if we begin to maybe then think of what is Kant's transcendental aesthetic, or what is and what are the sort of foundations that they rest on, and here of course we already see that his distinction between nature and art, for example, or already excludes certain people, certain Afro-Americans from his. Of course. So. I'm thinking like maybe if we are to continue to read politics through thinkers like Rancière or Kant, then what if we at least do it through the sort of, let's say, transcendental foundations that actually Kant also rest on, which would also be to historicize him or his... I think a thinker like David Lloyd has called it a racial regime of aesthetics, or... we can think with Stella Sandford, who's also has written a lot on Kant and race and so on. So that was just maybe a way to sort of continuing on looking in to that sort of, because I found it to hear someone speak about Rancière, like, oh wow, it feels like you fly back like in time, and Rancière, art and politics, and but maybe that, but then in the end bringing back Black Lives Matter, then perhaps, okay, so if we are to continue this, then maybe at least move beyond these foundations that even the notion of aesthetics rest on, if we are then to engage with questions of race and so on.
I understand. I think I agree. Again, I don't think I rarely disagree, really. I'm really... well, I only gently disagree. My intuition told me that being invited to talk at the aesthetic conference and not talking about aesthetics would have been really bad. But once again, I know what you mean. But I didn't come here to talk about uprisings, right? I came here to talk about common worlds, aesthetics, and politics. And I thought it will be a nice gesture. Sometimes, did it ever happen to you? You think you have you have done something really clever, and then you realize nobody really thought like you, so it wasn't so clever after all. I thought it will be a nice gesture to end with this, shifting the register from Kant and Rancière. That was my statement on that, right? So I'm not trying to read the Black Uprising. It's not just a Black Uprising, by the way. Anyways, I shouldn't have said that. Read the uprising in the US through Kant and Rancière. That's not what I was trying to do at all. But I thought it will be good, a nice gesture to say, okay, now we heard Kant and Rancière, let's change register. And then that's why I put the George Floyd mural right after that. But apparently it was such a good idea after all. If I were to historicize, that's a whole other project. As I said, the only reason I engaged with Kant in the book was to better understand Arendt, Rancière, and Nancy. So it doesn't mean I espouse his politics. Definitely not. I mean, least of all me. So yeah, I see what you mean. Point taken.
Now we're getting used to it. It's good.
It's good for you. It's not so good for me.
I will thank you.
Thank
for
you.
Your
Yeah.
lecture. I'd like to follow up on Josephine's question, and because there was something in the middle of your presentation, I was also missing out a little bit of the beginning, where you were using the notion of political subjects in relation to undocumented people, and also later on in your talk, you were using the notion of politics very closely synonymous to, according to what you said, to the nation state, which is very close to the Arendtian idea of politics as something demanding a certain presence in the polis or in the city or whatever we could define it as today. But so, and then you were mentioning this, that you came here to speak about common worlds, and then you ended with the uprisings, and I wonder then, isn't it more interesting to speak about, or this sort of relies also on the very same problem of the, let's say, Kantian aesthetics that is exclusive from the very beginning, and how would it be to actually I wonder if you could actually elaborate on what you define as a political subject in relation to what you define as a common world, because what I see is rather a crisis of the concept of the nation state, that every political subject somehow experiences today, and it has also it has been going on for a while. So I wonder if you can dwell on that in relation to what you define as a commons, and or if you could perhaps bring up other examples that does not relate to the French administration of Paris as an administrative cluster of Sarkozy, or and then I would perhaps understand you better.
So first of all, I don't think I'm talking about nation state. I don't know why that was not clear. But you want me to find an example that's not French? That's what I couldn't understand what you said in the end. Sorry. Why did you escape? We were going to have a dialogue. So the common and the political subject, that part I understood.
You were describing undocumented people as the ones that might make an action, for example, striking, as basically has been happened since the 60s in Paris, northern Paris, as an example, or even later. Even further back. Yeah. And you were describing that they were acting despite the fact that they were not seen as, but you didn't use this seen as, they were not political subjects. Basically, they did not have a citizenship, but they were still acting. And then we had other examples also that related in one way or the other to the constitution of what we today might call very broadly the nation state. It's defined differently, and and also the police as a subject vis-a-vis the riots also sort of upholds this idea of the political subject being somehow dependent on this constitution of a kind of state of a kind, or police, or depending on how far back in history we go. And I was wondering if you could, because the examples you mentioned was somehow the crackings of these constitutions, certainly now in the US, and if you could then dwell on how you would define what you call a political subject, from the basis of those crackings or even beyond them. And then I would be interesting to hear what you define as a common, something that is a common sphere or common aesthetics or things that you were speaking about in the beginning.
Okay, now thank you. Yeah, I think common aesthetics, I'm not sure, but I think I will be more interested in talking about a common space, but not as a given kind of space, but something that has been maybe close to what Anna Arendt called the space of appearance, where which is collectively constructed and which allows, let's say, individuals to affirm themselves as political subjects by not being defined by their already given positions. So that means we are reaching the peaks of abstraction perhaps, but like I want to be, for example, able to make a statement on the French society as a political subject, and I don't want my words to be interpreted as coming from someone who is of immigrant origin, probably Muslim, although nobody knows that kind of thing. How am I to establish myself as a political subject without being reduced to or being contained in these kinds of already given categories? To me, that was the emancipatory aspect. I mean, of course, it's not going to shatter the world and change everything, but I should at least have the possibility of making a statement upon the community, a community in a very broad sense. I mean, maybe like Nancy, and not in the US understanding of community, free from all these identities that are being imposed upon me. Is that getting better? I could try harder, but I'm really getting tired now. But I think that's what I had in mind. I mean, even my understanding is that the sans-papiers, right? The people without paper. So that was one way of reducing them to nothingness in political terms by claiming that they are not even citizens. But I think what I was trying to say with this example is that they don't have to be citizens. They should still be able to make a claim on the community, on common spaces, basically, that they are part of. There is not just one space, isn't it? As long as this ideal of equality is there.
I need to take you off the hook soon, but just one last thought here.
Yeah, that started bad. Yeah.
No, but I mean, I think that this is very succinct what you're just saying, and couldn't one, on that basis, perhaps distinguish between two different ways of historicizing Kant? Because on the one hand, of course, you could say this is 18th century, old stuff, all that comes with it. But we could also say that historicizing is a mode of inheritance. How can we inherit some notions that we can use for something that actually makes sense? And I would say, well, what you just described, making your voice heard communally or individually, is a contribution to change, actually, the configuration of transcendental aesthetics or given power relations. They don't give in easily, but you have to stand up against them. And this would be a way of describing a mode of confronting those structures. And we can think that and be operational and think about that with Kant, even at a distance from Kant.
Yeah. But yeah, I think so. But I mean, I am now writing about these uprisings, and of course, I'm not engaging with Kant now. What I'm engaging is with all these writings about rage, and anger. It's very powerful in Black writing, rage and anger, and how they again, like, this is what's the expression, like speaking against the grain, because every time this comes back to like following how like potentially important political statements or actions are reduced to given categories. When these events happen, it's always like, oh, these are angry people. Of course, angry has a whole different connotation in the US. It mainly refers to like a black anger. Oh, these are angry people, they are enraged, that kind of thing. So I think what I'm trying to write now is that, those are just perfectly normal. Those are not emotions that stand on the other side of rationality. They are perfectly rational emotions as the others are. That kind of thing. So that will be my way of engaging with this now. So if you invited me to talk about here on urban uprisings, then I would have started with that and not with Kant. That's for sure. But I thought, once again, my not so clever after all idea was to, okay, let's now change the register and put the George Floyd mural on the phone. But next time I'm going to say what I'm doing. I'm not going to assume.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor. You need a break, and we all need a break. There'll be coffee outside.
Can I just say, well, I thanked you already, but thank you so much. I mean, the questions were wonderful. They were really hard, but I still like you. Well, thank you so much for your patience and for your engagement. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So, coffee, if anyone would care for a cup of coffee now, will be served in the law school cafeteria just down the hallway and to the left. And we will put signposts there. Convene in 36 minutes.
Vi lige vente lidt. Skal vi ikke det? Vi lige vente lidt. Eller skal jeg starte? Skal jeg starte? So welcome back. It is with warmth and gratitude that I present the second keynote speaker today, Bojana Kunst, who is a philosopher, dramaturg, and performance theoretician. And Bojana, she will, maybe you've wondered where she is in the space. She will be with us online from the Corona hotspot, Hessen in Germany. And she will give a lecture followed by a Q&A in this auditorium in a short while. But first I will introduce her. So Bojana studied in Ljubljana, Slovenia, and is a co-founder of what I would call a materialist turn in performance studies, focusing on the artist as a cultural worker. She now works as a professor at the Institute of Applied Theatre Studies at the Justus Liebig University in Gießen, where she's leading an international master's program of choreography and performance. And she is a member of the editorial board Maska magazine and Amphitheater and Performance Research. Her latest book from 2015 is Artist at Work, Proximity of Art and Capitalism from Zero Books. And this book is maybe next to Immanuel Kant's Kritik der Urteilskraft, the book that I've been studying the most personally. It has influenced me massively throughout my writing of my dissertation, and especially because Bojana has such a rich analysis of the sociality and temporality formed in art. And her writing is informed both from her close relation to artistic practice in Gießen and also her scholarship in Marxist philosophy. In Artists at Work, she coins the particularity of the sociality in art, which is both a place of reception but also production of subjectivity, a place of producing art but also forming life. And Bojana has been a richly invited speaker at many conferences in the last 10 years, I would say, and she's also been in 2016, she's been here in Copenhagen at the Works at Work festival. But for me, there was a turning point. That was the conference that she organized together with students and colleagues in Frankfurt in 2014, which was called The Public Commons and the Undercommons of Art, Education and Labor. It was 4 days of group thinking about how to reorganize the way that we work today in the cultural scene. The conference was featuring figures like Isabel Loray, Randy Martin, rest in peace, and Stefano Hani, to mention a few. as well as the students from Gießen who have been thinking along with Bojana for many years. To me, and also the students that I brought from the University of the Arts in Berlin, this was a game changer. This conference and Bojana's position as professor in Gießen and the many teachings on Bojana's critical engagement with the conditions of work in the cultural field in late capitalism are, I believe, at least some of the reasons why we today see young artists and cultural workers being much more critical towards self-exploitative and exhausting working conditions. We see them organize collectively, we see them dismantle artistic authorship, we see them question procedures of production in institutions, we see them demand more time, we see them wanting pension, insurance and holidays, and we see them doing less and staying with their troubling political present. And luckily for us, Bojana is currently writing on a new book on life in art and the notion of care. And it's from this recent Marxist feminist writing that we're just about to hear this afternoon. In the lecture with the title Precarious Forums, Feminist Politics of Care and the Ambivalent Proximity Between Art and Life. And I'm very curious to listen and also to find out which consequences her thinking will bring about. So welcome, Bojana Kunst.
Thank you very much. Hello to all, and thank you very much, Cecilia. That was I'm really honored to be introduced like that. And I'm really very, very happy that I can participate, and would like to thank you again for the invitation. I'm really sorry that I cannot be with you, but we will try to make the most out of the situation. Before I will start, I would like also to thank a lot to Ida Alberts, who organized everything and put it in the frame of hoping still that I could come there, and to the technical support, and I hope that everything will work well. So I'm currently at my home and will give a lecture from here. And this is the lecture actually, which is still quite, some parts are very fresh because I am in the current process of writing a very intensive one before the semester starts again, as probably it is known to a lot of you. So it will be somehow a connection to the topic which I explored a lot in Artists at Work, and then I will try to jump to the current interest and to see like how this topic of precarity of artists can maybe be radicalized and also developed further if we would follow contemporary political theoreticians, especially Marxists, feminists, and some of the post-human feminists. That will be actually a theoretical frame inside. I would like to think with you about the role of art and especially also the role of artists today. So I will start the lecture with short abstracts from a movie, which is one of the movies I always keep returning to. And it's so interesting that I was already meeting it in the book I wrote before, and start to rewatch it again with the new process of writing and reread also other dimensions of it. And this is a movie made by a feminist filmmaker, German filmmaker Helke Sander, who is a feminist and activist, and was very active as a filmmaker and political activist in 1970s and 80s in Germany. The film is called Reducers, the all-around reduced personality. And I will return to it at the beginning and then go actually quite away from the topics of this film, also because I'm always fascinated how much it can still tell us today, especially when thinking about the position of the artist in contemporary society and the way how she is living. So just to briefly introduce her work, Hilke Zander is, she did a lot of film essays, actually a very particular film form. A very particular feminist political analysis was a core of her films. And these films, which were longer and shorter, were exploring the relationship between the life of the feminist artists, but also activists, labor, and emancipation. And it is very interesting how her analysis is still pertinent today, especially with the rise of the modes of self-organized and flexible production in art. And this is for sure one aspect why it's worth to keep her film in mind. This is a longer film, and the main character of the film is Eda, which Sanders is also playing. And Eda is an artist, feminist, activist, journalist, and a mother. And the film shows on what and how she works and lives through the day. She is involved with her feminist collective, trying to propose a project to the city which would be addressing the notion of a public space. And she's also working as a photographer for a night chronicle, which is her main financial way of surviving. And at the same time, she's a mother to a young 10-year-old son, and living independently in a shared apartment. And the film starts with calculating her expenses for the next week, and then continues through her working and private life. And this is what you will actually see in the film. It's a continuous diary, actually, of her life. And I will now show you one of the scenes where Eda is trying with her feminist collective how their art which they are producing, their photographies, could work in the city, and how their posters can be placed. And this will be like 3 minutes of the video, and then I will continue. But I think it's very nice for the introduction also to see that. So I will try now to do the sharing of the screen and hope everything will work well. Okay, so I'm putting...
man die Fotos nicht mit einer Situation konfrontieren muss, die genauso abgesichert ist und unzugänglich wie die Mauer. Zum Beispiel, wenn man das von Militärgelände stellt oder Privateigentum oder Fabrikgelände oder irgend sowas. Und von dieser Situation dann ein neues Foto macht. Und davon verspreche ich mir dann, dass es Berlin nicht nur beschreibt, sondern Einschränkungen zeigt, die für uns viel wichtiger sind als die Mauer. Mhm. Sonntagmorgen. Drei aus der Gruppe richten das ausgewählte Testfoto so her, dass man es draußen handhaben kann. Die Arbeit dauert länger als geplant. Dazu kommt, dass sich ein Freund der drei darüber mokierte, dass die Frauen wirklich das große Foto eigenhändig durch die Stadt tragen wollen, anstatt sich zu Hause hinzusetzen und durch Überlegung den Sinn oder Unsinn einer Gegenüberstellung mit einer anderen Umgebung zu erfassen.
So, wir müssen mal eben Tarzan von seinem Vater abholen, ja? Und dann kommt er mit her und muss mitmachen, ne? Hier.
Mensch, kannst du nicht mal einen ganzen Sonntag lang deinen Knaben bei deinem Ex-Mann lassen? Ich finde es statt unheimlich, jedes Mal schleppt eine von euch ihr Kind mit.
war sehr schön gesagt.
Okay, just have to switch the sound. Okay, I am back. Just give me a sign that you can see me. Okay, thank you. So it's only a very short abstract from the film, but I just want to give you a feeling of the whole film, how actually it is going through the life of the protagonists, of artists, of the private conflicts, private, political. It's a very, very interesting essay. And this is the part of the film where you see they are trying out how their project, which they work together, will look like. And it's a very ironic and very funny film, also like self-critical about a lot and self-aware about a lot of paradoxes these women are in. And what for me is so interesting is that the film is not only dealing with the subjectivity of the artist worker, but also with the infrastructural environment of her work and with the whole surrounding through which she has to maintain her life and manage her art, and showing how despite the autonomous political life of the character as a feminist, which wanted to take the control in her hands and life independently, this kind of emancipatory project is continuously slipping out of her fingers. Like she's tired, overworked, fighting structural hierarchies, prejudice, and her engagement and passions and worries are even more erasing any difference between her work and free time. So the film is ironically showing actually how feminist principles and modes of organizing life are slipping into a continuous daily battle with not managing, being blocked, etc. And in this sense, this film shows not only the paradoxes of the precarious and flexible life of the artist, and that was actually the reading which I did already before, but also the ways how parallelly with the new forms of independence, the whole environment and networks of support are more and more unavailable for protagonists. So it's really a paradoxical situation of emancipation, because when there is a kind of experimentation with social reproduction and how to organize your life, at the same time, there is somehow becoming impossible to live well. And it's interesting that also other films of Hilke Sander are, by example, addressing privatization of the city or difficulty to get the apartment, gender power structures in the public space. So they're really very actual from today's perspective, and from also feminist enumerations about architecture and space. Also from that perspective, the film is very interesting. And through the film, we really got this feeling, which is partially ironic, but it can also be approached as a very pertinent political analysis. This is the feminist life we just cannot manage. And this is the paradox which I would like to tackle and a little bit disentangle at the beginning of that lecture, and then go a little bit into a kind of new conceptualization of the problem, what is actually happening here. And of course, Hilke Sander is showing that, of course, it's not that the life does not manage because it is not capable of, but because there are new modes of the life evaluation inside our living environments, which are more and more economized, capitalized exactly on the capacity of independency, autonomy, and capacity of self-organize. And that's why I think this film should be really seen, or it has to become a repertoire of any contemporary self-organized artist. And it's one of my classic choices also when I teach students and discuss their conditions at work, especially at the school, which is mostly educated, self-organized, or maybe we can also say independent, or maybe self-entrepreneurship artists. Now, to go a little bit into theory and a kind of a background, how we can first address this problem of a feminist life which just does not manage. Feminist theorists who are critically approaching Marxism, but at the same time developing it in a very particular and important way, like, by example, Silvia Federici or Maria della Costa, are very aware that the experimentation with social reproduction, like the modes how to organize life, how to reproduce life or care for life, also with social reproduction, labor of social reproduction, so how to do the labor of care, love, affective and emotional labor, can only work if reproduction is addressed as a specific, invisible, devalued mode of production in capitalism. And one of the main points of feminist theorists coming from Marxist background already in the 70s till now is this demand for the re-evaluation of social reproduction. And this is not only a part of the academic debate with Marx, who, as probably you know, did not consider the social reproduction as a valued part of the labor value. And then the feminists actually showed that there is a specific invisibility of this reproductive work in capitalist production, and it's under-evaluated, and in that way also supporting the hierarchical relationships between gender, and these hierarchical relationships are part of capitalist economic system. They are in its core. So the activities of the reproduction, like very simple cooking, work of care, taking care of the kids, elderly, husband, work of education, cleaning, emotional and affective work, the work of love, they showed already in the 70s were never considered as a production value, and that was one of the main discussions. They were instead made invisible, essentialist and even transcendental categories like the care and love, supported with the patriarchal forms of domination and exploitation of invisible labor. And now, for me, what is very interesting is that even if these theories were done already in the 70s, and there are many problems also of them, and I will come to them later, it is very, very interesting how that kind of analysis should be reawakened really strongly in today's situation in forms of soft feminism or kind of essentialist notions which are going back to the employment of women and so on. So I think it's a very, very important history to return and to rethink it all over again from the situation in which we are. And that is also part of the work of Silvia Federici throughout her life, actually, that she also showed how exactly this invisibility of labor, of social reproduction, allowed and reproduced the hierarchies between genders, patriarchalism, exclusions, and also violence, which continued and became even stronger in contemporary situation. And this is something what I will come to in the run of my lecture. Now, what is very interesting is that Helge Sanders made her film in the time where it was believed that the reorganization of social reproduction can contribute to the liberation and emancipation of women. And this was also very much part of the first and second wave of feminism, and also like feminist projects in art and so on. If you are a little bit familiar with the history, you see that this discussion was really in the core of that time. However, at the same time, Zander also observed how this reorganization is not necessarily opening a way to a better life, but pushes her protagonist to new forms of dependency. And that's why this film is so actual today, because it's really disclosing that, of course, this is not a new problem we are confronting, but it is really very much connected also with development of labor and social forms of labor in the history of capitalism in the last 3 and 4 decades. And what we now consider as the affective labor or emotional labor and so on, were not only part of the of the emancipatory processes, like their evaluation, but also triggered other political and economic problems for emancipated women, and showing actually how this so-called creative freedom of the protagonists, as Marion von Osten is saying, lives on the edge of economic marginality and results in an even greater dependence. And I think these are the paradoxes with which a lot of artists or free professions, or professions which are, but also political, subjectivities which would not like to go totally with the commodification of their life are experiencing. And that's exactly what this film is already in a very particular frame disclosing. So that means that artistic and professional emancipation does not mean necessarily the emancipation from traditional stereotypes and expectations, as Marion von Osten is writing, and it does not enable a better economic status either. That's really something what also film is showing. And that also means that the reorganization of the social reproduction by itself does not necessarily change the very logic of accumulation, its economic reevaluation, contrary to what some feminist movements in the 70s mostly believe. It is not helpful. And now, of course, there are several reasons why these paradoxes are there and why are they appearing. And they have to do something with the way how are we actually understanding social reproduction. First, the reproduction is not organized in the same way for everybody. So when we, by example, approach the history of reproduction, social reproduction from the perspective of Black, female, enslaved labor, we can fastly see that the reproduction there was always approached as a form of labor, and it was not at all invisible, but it was belonging to the enslaved labor. And today we have a lot of that reappearance of those kind of labor of reproduction in a very badly paid migrant labor, sometimes also half illegal and so on. So there is a history of the labor of social reproduction which was always visible as part of the as a laboring quality. And here I can just briefly summarize an important addition to the understanding of reproduction from Angela Davis, who in the chapter from her book, Woman, Race and Class, addresses the issues of household and reproductive work of Black women. And she writes about the important differences that exist in the field of reproduction between, for example, Black and white women in her case, who enslaved were often non-worthy even of the reproduction of their life. So there is a very different, relation to the status of reproduction, where on one side you have the fight of the white feminists for, valuation of their reproductive work. But on another side, you have a position of a history of enslaved women, which were with their work of reproduction, because it was labor working for white masters and so on, they were often not worthy even of reproduction of their life. And there is already a huge difference actually in the way how do we approach it. And as we also know, there is a long history of Black women employment in the household. And even if the wage was minimal or did not exist at all, it is a history of employment. And it was also understood like that. So Davis shows how this demand to focus on non-wage labor of reproduction, which was at the center of the feminist Marxist critique of feminism, is not itself without the problems. Because the feminist critique was really mostly through the 70s and 80s addressing white middle-class women and did not take into the account that through capitalism, reproduction was organized, exploited, and controlled differently from Black women and other women of color. So capitalism has the control over reproduction, but of course, what we have to add, this is not only organized around the notion of gender, but also around the notion of race and class. And there is no wonder that this first critique also, which came from Black feminists in the 80s, actually formed the core of what we also now understand as a discussion on intersectionality and so on. And we really have to remember that intersectionality discussion also has this kind of a very materialist Marxist basis, and it can really open up the complexity of our positions and links in the society. So this is one very important addition to the understanding of the feminism of like the first wave or the second wave of feminism history. And at the same time, what is also very important is that this is actually not an economic category, but also a category which is deeply related to the maintenance or the sustainability of life. And this is exactly what the example of the slave labor showed us, that actually if we understand social reproduction from a kind of discussion of value, how it can be bring into the economic, even if there are maybe some ways of how this can work in a better way, we should really remind ourselves that this is not an economic category, but it is a category of sustainability of life. And it is actually a category through which there is a very radical division also produced in the history of capitalism, and especially its biopolitical regulation of life, whose life actually is a life worth living and who is not. And this, I think, is the main core of the understanding of social reproduction. That's why also I prefer, when I talk outside of the historical scope, to really talk about sustainability of life and not so much about social reproduction as such. And this has the reason in, I know that the notion of sustainability can also be problematic economic issue, but here I really mean more that sustainability can maybe help us also to understand life not only as a human life, but as a kind of relational potency, which is relational in and placed among the things in relation to nature and so on. So it's a very different category also as the notion of social reproduction, which is very much also pointing out the sociality. But I also have to say that I'm still searching for if this notion is really right, the sustainability of life, or if there could be also another conceptualization which could be also more poignant. So that's something what I am doing at the moment. And now, so with this, we can actually also analyze how biopolitical side of capitalism works, or also necropolitical, but we will not go into that discussion here. Because the regulation of the value of life in the core of its expansion, so the regulation of the value of life is in the core of the expansion of capitalism, right? With slavery, colonization, violence, extraction. So reproduction is not just something which stayed out of the Marxist analysis, but it is the whole mode of living which is in the core of expansion and a kind of immense power of the way how capitalism develops, but also its immense destruction. And these are exactly today the context in which theorists and philosophers and also artists are thinking about the state of the world. So not the same division between family and work, free time and labor time is at work when we think history about the history of Black people, migrants, poor people, the ones on the margins of societal life, but also about the ones who are not conforming to the economization of life and its regulation through continuous accumulation. So this is happening also because lives are not worked in the same way, who counts and who is protected and who is not, who can be killed and who not. I think these are really these very radical basic questions we are confronted with today. And this caesura is actually crucial to the creation of value, and it's deeply defining our situation of production today. And I know that maybe for some of you, for me, when I was writing that and thinking that's really a ghostly observation also, because it is so much also connected and disclosing the symptoms we are observing also with the situation, with the pandemic situation. And with this whole notion of who is protected, who can be protected, who cannot be protected, where is the border, where are the divisions, I think these situations really disclose that kind of a general core of interest and immense power of capitalistic processes over life. And this is something what I think it's important. And there is maybe some hope also that this kind of symptomatic will also open up the awareness for that very important political questions. Now, the feminist collective, Precarias a la Deriva, this is the initiative between research and activism and art, which arose from the Feminist Social Center La Escalera Caracola in Madrid in the year 2002, and they were very active in these first discussions on precarity and so on in the beginning of 21st century. They prefer to talk about the crisis of sustainability of life. So they really said that maybe this is a better notion than to talk about the reproduction. And I think this is really connected to that, what I said a little bit before, because it's not an economic notion, but it's more notion of oikos, like relational beyond the human. It gives us more ways also of how to think it. And also it helps a little bit to liberate the notion of life from the economic concept and terminology. And what is interesting is that this awareness of the crisis of sustainability of life reached also in the recent decade the art field, which is expressed mostly as the awareness of the precarity of the life of artists. And artists became really more aware of the aspects of social reproduction and experimentation with the labor of artists and search for new ways of collaboration and so on. But as one of my students, Antonia Rohrwetter, she did a wonderful master thesis, former student in Gießen. She wrote a very interesting master thesis where she was analyzing some examples from Berlin performance scene and explore how these aspects of sustainability of life are actually addressed. And what does it mean that these discussions on care, vulnerability, precarity became such popular notions in art, which of course it's not a coincidence considering the current crisis of sustainability of life. But the question is, of course, what can come out of that also for the changed modes of production and social role of art. And what she was observing was that she said that there is, of course, there are very strong debates and topics which are strongly informing the position of performance artists. But the problem is that these discussions are very much marked still with a kind of optimistic attachment, especially when thinking how are we approaching the notions of care, precarity, vulnerability. So as there would exist a kind of a better way of coming out of that. So if we would take care more about us, organizing better, organizing some services for the artists and so on. So she is writing that the specific optimism is originating from the ideologically valuable forms of production, which on the other side, paradoxically, can be even more destructive for the ones who are participating in them. And this is really interesting and in a kind of new way, repeating the problems Hilke Sander already analyzed and saw very, let's say, she really saw in the future what will actually happen. But this is, of course, because of her materialist analysis. And so what I mean with that is that the question of sustainability of life or social reproduction came into the center of discussions in art, but often without the awareness that reproduction is a deeply disproportionate notion, and that is continuously crossed by the different situations of inequality and situations of power, which are not only discursively, which cannot be only discursively negotiated, but they are also deeply embodied. And a very simple example for that paradoxes would be organization around vulnerability, precarity, but not knowing the class situation of the others, which happens very often in arts. Or making an international event on care without being aware that international also means very different traumatic situation related to visa and crossing of the borders. Or working on the program or curating the program on precariousness, but at the same time not changing the ways how it is worked on this program, only having it as one of the projects. So these are very simple examples of a kind of a paradoxes in which still the field of production is, even if it has a very good intention, it is still caught in it. And this, I think, is not because art would be especially problematic in that kind of production of paradoxes, but because it's a social paradox in which we are all living. And I think daily we are confronted with it. So it's not something particular to art. And these contradictions, of course, are not easy to be solved, but I think they should be at least addressed in their good intention, because these good intentions can also often erase the differences and hiding the exclusions. And this can also help us to understand the social engagement of art, maybe in a different way, always asking who is speaking for whom and from which situation, and being deeply aware of the disproportion of art and reality, where art is still speaking, especially in the global north, where we are living from fairly comfortable middle-class position with few representatives of others and very little transversality, because actually the value at the end has to be returned to arts. And that's this kind of a paradox of economization of our field, which we also are experiencing. Now, an organization around the notion of care also can be very problematic. For example, every caring relation is also an excluding relation. And this is something what Maria Puig de la Bella Casa, in her book Matters of Care, is writing that there is actually no community of equals in care, and that care can also be a notion through which hierarchies and limitations are established again. And this is also something what is problematic sometimes, I think, in art field. And at the same time, care can also become disembodied, solidarity built through worry and good intent, and instead through a practice of situated reorganization of our lives and being together. That's why an activist and philosopher from Barcelona, Marina Garcés, writes that making art, and I quote her, involves ceasing to make of the world a remote field of interest and turning it into a battlefield in which we ourselves, our identity, and our certainties will end up being the first affected. This is from her text, Marina Garcés, Honesty with the Real. And in this way, the identity of art and artists should also be affected, and its categories of protection rethought, like autonomy, freedom, power of intervention, dissent, difference, and they should be rethought, I think, not only as an aesthetical categories, but as an ethical situation. And here I am very much in a difference to the very popular book on participation by Claire Bishop, which even if it is a really important work also for me, I think what is interesting for contemporary situation that we have to address these works from ethical situation, but maybe we have to rethink ethical. What does it mean? And much more thinking about situated ethics, about micropolitical ethics and so on. So ethics of practice, which is very close also, for example, to feminist practices and so on, and not about the normative ethics of or judgment of good and bad and so on. So I think that is something what is interesting me also very much at the moment when I'm writing about events in art and how do I understand them. So the artists also have to be confronted with their own ways of participating or even producing injustices. And already for the start, it's a very simple method. The decolonial reading of our history can help us, or a different teaching of arts, which does not offer what is most easy to know, but works with the awareness of exclusions and not really participating in what Sylvia Winter describes as guardians of knowledge. And maybe this can also help us to rethink or to challenge our own criteria of evaluation. Now, we know that capital accumulates very much through taking the control over the social reproduction, like with privatization of services, with extractive processes, with the destruction of environments, practices of work and maintenance. And by example, Silvia Federici is also writing that one of the main strategies how to address and resist this is to take the control of reproduction back. However, this can happen only with the awareness of the complex mesh of dependencies and disproportions which are at work in this struggle. And we can also see the development, for example, in her work from the 70s till now, how much this really become much more a complex struggle also in her writing. So who is fighting for whom and for what? And art practice, especially like, let's say, socially engaged art practice, I am just using this notion very generally here. It should be more defined, but I just want to talk about art which would like to do good. So let's see it like that we have this good intention, with which is nothing bad, but it is situated, and this is something where I would like to go. So socially engaged art practice, to which this conference on forum is dedicated, was in the last decades very much involved in the politics of repair and care, which came from this awareness of the problems with the support for life and good infrastructures for living. That were really topics like the space, the organization of space, the role of the public space, how do we confront each other, and so on. So it's a very important topics for the democratic life. And especially socially engaged art has as its goal to bring the people together and somehow work towards a direction of a good life for all. Let's say it very simple. And it seems that art mostly is addressing these issues through developing representations and interventions, which can also work transversally, also through different fields. But at the same time, there is a kind of a catch, because this engagement does not often offer some change in the ways how art is made, produced, and also protected. And what I mean with that is that there is a kind of rupture between politics of care and repair, through which a lot of art projects are trying to deal today with the social and political issues and its mode of production, the way how art is made, economized, and valued, how it is organized and managed. But its engagement does not really change or kind of transform the life of art. Let's use this kind of strange syntagm. Its appearance and evaluation, its visibility and accumulation of the value, or the way how art actually exists among us, even its understanding of the history. That's also part of the problem. And at the same time, there are many power structures and inequalities in the production of art still going on. And deeply inside, the art is a field of competition, mostly between global nomadic privileged middle-class elite, and not a field of bursting creativity in a kind of paradoxical anonymity and expression of inappropriate passions of life. So it is perfectly possible that we can make a radical political and engaged art and an art of dissent, but still manage it in a hierarchical and not equal way. Or we can open art as a field of experimentation, but still working with exclusions of different forms of life and living. So we can also engage with the ecological issue and post-human, but still working in our protected atmospheric spaces, which are climatically regulated so that we could feel well in them. And these are these very simple paradoxes, which of course we can just throw them away. It's just something what is minor, but I think there are materialistic paradoxes of our life. They're really interesting to be grasped through the materialistic analysis. So that we are here thinking about forum today, and I was really quite challenged with this notion. Also, I found very interesting to rethink also this ancient notion. Not that I would be any specialist in the history of it, but I think has not only to do with the crisis of our democratic procedures and public spaces, inside which the participatory and socially engaged art was mostly in the last decades discussed and researched. My proposal is that it also has a lot to do with the deep and encompassing crisis of care we are experiencing, especially on the global north, and with all the paradoxes which are originating from this. So crisis of care would be another phase of the crisis of sustainability of life. And they are really connected. And I will just describe this with the thinking from Precarious a la Deriva, So on one side, we have a global north, which is, experiencing the crisis of care, which is in deep connection with this crisis of sustainability of life, which is going on radically in the global south. And because we have a crisis of care, there is a capitalization of care, and this capitalization of care is done with the migration of the people who have a radical crisis of sustainability of life. And of course, what I want to say is that global north and global south are geopolitical categories, but of course we have to read them also micropolitical. We have always these bundles of global north and global south everywhere where we are going. And this is actually interesting about that. But still, it is good to use these categories because they somehow remind us on the history, which we otherwise not take into the account when we are thinking about what is actually happening to us. And now this crisis of care, I think, is showing that both the North and the South, or like these two different components, crisis of care and sustainability of life, the crisis of sustainability of life, they are having troubles with the social reproduction. But these troubles are taking very different and very unequal forms. And this is because of the core difference in the value of life. Again, I come to this problem, whose lives are protected and whose are not. And I think the best example for these contradictions is, of course, a current pandemic situation, which discloses exactly these symptoms, like which bodies can be stopped, which bodies, for which bodies the isolation and stop of the movement was actually a radical and utter violence, because they depend on proximity of the bodies. They have to move to find the work and so on. So it's a very, very interesting situation actually to discuss this complex relationship, which are coming from a kind of a global geopolitical spot, but are also very micropolitically embedded in our place where we are living. And I would just recommend, if you have a chance, to find the text which was written by Hilem Membe on the pandemic crisis, which is talking exactly about that problems of how this crisis is very much connected with this who is counted and who is not counted. But unfortunately, there is no time that I would go more into it. So we have then the situation that the care work is somehow managing and calibrating the crisis of care on the north, but at the same time, the working force is poor or criminalized, badly paid, kept often in half legality, and all the other absurds, which were also shown very much in the situations we were experiencing in the last month. So we can say there is a general disproportion with how the crisis of the social reproduction is addressed in contemporary society. And what I would like to add to that is that art practice is, with its political caring intentions, deeply participating in this disproportionality. This is how her social role is geopolitically framed and economically framed. So every reflection of the re-evaluation of socially engaged art has to consider this. And this is one of the main conditions, I think, for me at least, our main proposals also of how to think the contemporary forum, this radical disproportion of how and for what the bodies are coming together. And there is true that many art projects are caring about the state of the world and dealing with inequality, violence, and political events, but it is also important to ask how this care is approached as a practice of life, of maintenance, how it is going away from an abstract notion of worry, of caring about, or how these interventions into the public space are actually engaging with the dirty, heavy, sensuous, affective inequality between bodies. And this inequality, how it is addressed as a political issue and not approached as a kind of a radical frame of differentiation, who is worth to live and who is not. Now, for the end, so the end is slowly coming, so be patient. I know I'm a bit long, but there is some time for discussion. I would just like to say, like, what can the feminist practices then teach us in this situation? And first, already they can maybe offer us another notion of sustainability of life. And with that also, like for me, it's very important, the whole notion of care. And maybe care, which is a crucial component of sustainability of life, can be described as a kind of a non-normative form of ethical engagement, because it's always situated, because interdependency is our main condition. So it is an ethical notion, but situated, and it works as a kind of a non-balanced obligation towards each other, which is always depending from the situation in which we are together. And at the same time, it is always working as a decentralizing the one who is doing care. And that is, I think, very clear to the people who are doing care, because care is actually really the doing of care. And that's also something what is very important in the feminist position. And also that care can be balanced, but there is no balance in the care act itself. And as you know, caring for somebody is exactly about that. So this very particular issue about how much I'm invested, what is the balance, and so on. It's a very disproportionate notion, but nevertheless in obligation towards the other. And that's a really interesting ethical situation. So in this sense, care also proposes very different understanding of relationality, which is more on the move or following the lines of desires, but also always decentering from the source of care. Otherwise, it would be as an act impossible if it would be centered, or it would really become violent. And now, so the feminist practices are not only showing how to reorganize the value of life from below with experimentation, with practices of care for children and family, but also with different practices of radical imagination, giving visibilities to alternative forms of living. So this is very important part of feminism, these daily practices of trying out how to live our lives, human and more than human, etc. They can also help us to see when these practices are becoming destructive, because they are just transformed into another economic quality, like, for example, Helke Zander did, and erasing the disproportionality and inequality of reproducing life. And at the same time, they are always also depending from a particular context and are always open for a metamorphosis. Care is not something mystified, the force of love, but needs to be re-evaluated, showed for what it is. It is something what we do, and its main condition as is interdependency, as Maria Puig de la Bella Casa also writes. And she also said on one point that the care has a kind of a multi-layered, non-innocent approach to the loving side of the caring. And I like this definition very much, because it's also very interesting. If we think about a socially engaged art, or art who would like to do good, what would be this multi-layered, non-innocent approach? And the second aspect of the crisis of care, which I would like to finish, and I will only briefly mention at the end, but not elaborate fully on it, is that this crisis of sustainability of life is concerning not only human beings, but also our environment, or the world we share among us humans. And I really prefer this notion to say more than humans. And here again, it is interesting how to deal ethically with that, and especially not to produce the processes of exclusion in being right of how to relate. I think this is an extremely interesting question also for arts, which is dealing with ecological question, like how to actually deal situationally, ethically with that, and not to produce inside the processes of exclusion, because we are also experiencing this crisis from a very different situations and very different limitations or luxuries. And I would like to conclude with a film. Maybe some of you know it. It was quite a lot shown recently at little festivals. And this is also like one of the present of the pandemic situations, that a lot of works were possible to be seen for free. And this is the film of Mava Arsanius, Who is Afraid of Ideology, which is opening up many dimensions of how care can be rethought from the feminist, post-human, or better to say, beyond the human perspective. And in this film, Mava was accompanying Syrian Kurdish women and their ways of ecofeminist organization of life. And the film takes place first in the mountains of Kurdistan in early 2017. It is showing the guerrilla led by the Kurdish women autonomist movements. And then this guerrilla invite us in the film to experience and consider space, plant, survival, ecology, and economic battles in a different way. Like, for example, nature, which is a nature to protect us, which is really a very interesting perspective also in their situation. And in the scene which you will be watching, a Kurdish woman, Pelshin, who is a guerrilla fighter, explains the usefulness of plants. And Marva Arsanius also writes about this scene that it was a result of a meeting with her in one of the women houses in Sulaimania in Iraqi Kurdistan. And this was, she happened to be in the city because she was undergoing a foot operation and was walking with crutches, but remained surprisingly nimble, moving along me at a normal pace and climbing stairs without help. We sat with her for about 5 hours, writes Marva, first discussing a text she wrote about ecology during wartime and then conversing freely for the rest of the time. And I was trying to understand how the ecological paradigm is practiced in the communal life of the guerrillas, how it is inseparable from the feminist paradigm and the gender struggle, and how all these paradigms were made possible structurally through different organizations and committees through the production and transmission of knowledge. And then the films after that moves to Jinvar, literally the place of women, a village in Rojava in northern Syria built by women for the exclusive use of women. And it ends with a cooperative in the Bekaa Valley near the Syrian border, which has become a sanctuary-like community for refugees. And here coming together, it's really interesting to watch this film. It's also available online, so I think it's accessible on Vimeo. Here coming together is based on the engagement with the maintenance of sustainability of ordinary life, on that multiplicity of everyday ethical situation through which life can continue as well as possible in situation which is utterly precarious, but it is also shared with others, humans and more than humans. And the film also shows how far away from what is going on are all these practices of entrepreneurship and independence, which became the ultimate goals of women emancipation and whose failure we can also observe by Helke Zander, because she is exactly addressing these privileging narratives of individual achievement rather than demanding address the state for its failure, where individuals are expected to bear the responsibility building structures to make up for where the state has failed. And Mava Arsanius is exploiting that in the movie and showing also how many NGOs of today are engaged, and they failed actually exactly in this managerial organization and understanding of life. So just to say a last sentence, and then I can show you a movie at the end. I think it's a nice way of also relaxing after so much words. I think what is interesting is that there are, of course, a lot of similarities with art fields and problems like this prevalence of individual emancipation and the kind of optimistic dealing with discourses of precarity and so on. But also, I think on the other side, a lot of possibilities, especially art with its dedication to complexity, situatedness, and invention can contribute strongly to such micro-political processes. But that can happen only if it is taken as one among many similar political and ethical concerns, as one of the ways how to be involved into human and more than human interdependencies, which together makes our worlds of living and doing. And that's why this film shows us actually three, and I was then thinking maybe these are three very precarious forums. I don't even know really if they are still existing, if I'm very honest, because I saw the film, but the situation is so precarious that this is also I did some research, so if somebody is maybe familiar, that would be also very helpful. And so here forums can then be approached as situations of sustainability of life, and also in this care very clearly is related to the nature, which is really another topic. The nature is really there as protection. It is not a constructed space of coming together, but forum is actually more arising, this precarious is arising from an articulation of relations, bodies and things on the move and wish for survival, engaging continuously with these proportions and in that way persisting in care. And now I will try to show you the film. Just a moment. Share screen. Yes. Okay, do you have it? Okay, I'll try to now.
الحي اللي بيكون فيه طالع كم عرق
Can you hear it?
تمرقي ريحة عطر بتفح كثير حلو وهو يستعمل مضاد للسكر. وكمان عندنا شيحلي عبيطران الأجمل منه أنعم منه ورقه كثير كمان يستعمل لنفس الحالة وهو مادي كمنظر وكزينة كثير حلو ويستعمل كمان يعني مثلا إذا في بياخدوه كمادة طبية للسكر وبياخدوه الحيوانات كأكل غذائي كمان لهم. القطع واصل هو مسمى بهذا الاسم لأنه إذا كمشت الغصن منه بيقطع وبيوصل فصلات ففي منه المزهر والفي ورق هو غذاء للحيوانات وهو سامم للإنسان ما بيسوى بده يقطفه بده يعرف بده يقطفه. في عندنا النوع الثاني اللي هو بس غصون بدون ورق هو كتير مهم ومدر للبول ويستعمل المسالك البولية وبينزل الرمل من الكلى. عندنا الأرضي شوكي يلي هو بيطلع مثل بيشبه كتير للإجر العصفورة بس بيطلع بقلبه هو مادد بالأرض شوي بيفرش بالأرض تفريش وحجمه صغير بيطلع بقلبه كوز. هذا الكوز بعدين متكوز الشوك بيفتح وبيصير لونه موف بيكون بالبداية لونه أصفر. هذا للزنطري كتير مهم ويستعمل كمان كدواء من نوع من الزهورات كدواء يعني.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
يعني از ناويت جريلا داخلهم نه بالناس نامي خود داخلهم يعني
ممكن بس بقطع يعني نقدم formal
أري يعني وبرسكر adalet az dibêjim aslında adalet yixo girtiye ev axş xo berî aide civak bu أري mesela axş berî ve got devlet aide devlet bu bu gasp aide devlet bu işgal aide devlet bu yani servem axi yani bu pır devlemende pır cömerti dedi herkese mafi ahi felsefeme mesela Kur'an da ev heye dibe servi ahi mafi murici heye mafi çukşi heye mafi marci heye mafi insanci heye mafi gurci heye ama yek insan te derdore ve kapat ki dibe aydemine
Okay. I think I will stop here. Why does not want to stop? Are you still seeing the video or me? Do you see my desktop? Okay, I have to. Okay, good. I'm back. So I just would like to finish with the words of the inhabitants of that self-organized city, village for women. Because I think in a very sharpened way, she described what I put in so many words and thoughts here in front of you. So thank you very much for listening, and hope that it worked virtually also to be concentrated. So thank you a lot.
I know that you can hear me. Is that right? Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
But you cannot see me, right?
I can see you from very far away, so I know where you are standing, and I see some heads of the
there is a
audience
camera
from
here.
behind. Yeah.
Okay, I see a screen up there. Hi.
Hi.
So if it feels awkward to you, maybe it feels less awkward to Bojana. Hi. So thank you very much, Bojana, for this generous letting us into your work right now into your desktop. Thank you for taking us off the continent here at the end, or at least off the North European territory. And also thank you for that very handy, and for me, and I think us in Artes Forum, very useful suggestion of a definition of forum as not composed well by artists and institutions who want to do good, but rather arising from an articulation of already existing relations. So that worked very well for me. I will not take the time now, because we would, I think, go for questions for around 15 minutes, because then we have some drinks and we are a little bit tired, not because of you, but because of the day, and a day tomorrow. So actually, I have prepared somebody else to ask questions, because I knew it would be a little bit awkward maybe with this kind of Q&A. So maybe Solveig, would you like to start out? Yeah, will that be all right? And then it's that microphone here. Maybe if I put it up, actually, maybe you can also see Bojana on the same time.
Oh, yeah, great.
Oh, yeah.
Great. Oh, thank you a lot. That's very nice.
Hi.
Hi, hello.
Thanks for a very rich and very, very inspiring lecture. Thanks also for really laying out the concept of care, the crisis of care, and also all the different versions of care that we can think of, like the politics of care, but on the other hand also how to care rightly. Like elsewhere you've written about Corona and how this the power structures that you also spoke about, the inequalities of how we are distributed in space, how that has also led people to think about how to care in the right way, so to speak, and how that concept is then obviously being politicized as well. So in other words, I also hear you warning against just subscribing naively to a notion of care. You're pointing out how there are many different concepts of care and many ways in which this notion or concept can be used. So I would be curious to ask about the concept of criticality. In a writing, you even suggested that we have experienced this shift from criticality to care. But I would be interested to hear your opinion. Has the concept of criticality become obsolete within the context that you have been elaborating so generously on now?
Thank you very much, Solveig, for the questions. I think it's a very important question and a very difficult one, because I would not directly say that the criticality is obsolete, but of course it has to be somehow radically rethought. And I would very much here go with the feminist proposals of, by example, situated knowledge and so on. For me, this is the way how to approach criticality in a new way. And because I think it's kind of, on one side, also dangerous in the situation in which we are, where we are also very much confronted with a kind of disarray of realities or truth and so on. So all these notions in our political sphere, it would be dangerous to just go away with this tool. I think we need criticality, but there is another scope of it. So we really first, I think for me, it's very important to think about the bodies of the ones who are in these critical, not only discourses, but positions, situations. So I think there the criticality becomes also a very, very interesting notion. And actually also what I am doing is a way how to think materialistically and critically through phenomena, but to enable this critical thought to be capable for very micro-political situations, to always be aware not just of context, because it does not go that we would now need more information to get to know each other, but about the embeddedness of bodies, whatever bodies, human, non-human bodies. And I think that's the situation of criticality for me, how I understand it. So it's a very important way of how to address things, but I think it has to be really radically rethought from a more embodied, affective, situational, how to say, not position, dimension, let's say now. Let's say like that. But it's a very, very interesting question, and I think especially pertinent in the situation in which we are. Yeah.
Thank you, Solveig, for your question, and thank you, Bojana, for your answer. I have also asked Frida to ask a question, and then afterwards it's an open floor down here. So Frida, if you would just come down to this microphone. It takes your voice, although it's a little bit up, and it's like...
Hello, Bojana. I think last time we met was when you were in Copenhagen at Cecilia's conference many years ago.
Super, great.
Then I was a small kid.
Great to see you.
Yes. I brought my computer because I'm a kid who don't take analog notes. No, I'm joking.
Yes.
Thanks for your talk, and thanks also for bringing... I would like to see your face. To bringing up the sort of exploitation of care that we see in the... in arts today, or the exploitation of the aestheticization of the idea of life as something autonomous from capitalism. And that is perhaps what I would like to ask you to develop a little bit, since we have a short time, because I was curious if I didn't understand you, if I didn't misunderstand what you said. It sounded as you were speaking about life and the sustainability of life as something outside of value, let's say abstract value. And I find it hard to follow that argument. And that also brings me to the question if there has ever been a non-disproportionate distribution of the sustainability of life. And then I'm thinking, like, I think Marva Arzanio's film is great, and her examples also prove, let's say, a commune actually of women, which is perhaps one of few possible temporary. Actually, I think they were invaded by the Turkish force last year, but before that they actually proved an example of something that is an alternative to this economical system, which I think is important to bring into the picture. And I wonder then, would it be possible to sort of twitch your the way you formulate your question/problem into more, let's say, a crisis in the exploitation of life, or a crisis between production and reproduction as they now coincide in a kind of since, let's say, the last 50 years of abstract labor, including more and more of what until then had seen to not been understood as not labor at all, but in fact as the upholding of the living labor is, let's say, the source of any kind of production. So in one way, I wonder, isn't your question applicable on sort of all history? But if there would be something that has changed, which you are arguing which I think many of us sort of relate to in some way. I wonder if it rather is actually that sort of like a crisis in the constitution of abstract value that we see in, let's say, economic crises or nation states killing their citizen and so on. And I would wonder if you would like to say something about that, because that's really different from, let's say, arts. The notion of care that we may see in sort of every second performance that is presented today since Corona, and also actually before. Thank you so much.
Thank you a lot. That's a really, really interesting elaboration, and I don't know if I would be able to really, because it gives me a lot of thoughts. Of course, I am totally aware. What I mean with that is, of course, that the crisis of what I mean is that life is addressed mostly, like also through the fights of feminists in the still a kind of value in a kind of it has an economical value, and maybe and there is, of course, we have a very big problem because of the exploitation of life, but this exploitation of life is very related to its biopolitical regulations, which of course cannot be thought without the divisions between different lives, which are worth or not worth living. And it's not just a question, I think it's really connected then with the start, like a kind of a very core start of capitalism, which is ingrained in racism and racist relationship. So I think one side is that that you are totally right, that of course we have to think about the exploitation of life, but at the same time, in a care relationships or in this kind of ethical obligation of care, how I wanted to present them in this situated ethics of care, that may be that maybe sounds very idealistic, but I think there is no exploitation. So there is another ethical obligation. It's very ontological because we are dependent, but this ontological obligation is not general. And this is what is so interesting in this rethinking of care from that very disproportionate, disbalanced way. And I would really like to ask myself if with that we can also, it's a very difficult question for me at the moment because I'm really very deeply engaged in the value of art, like how this kind of rethinking would also then make another proposal, like what is a value, which is now mostly economized. And I think that with that kind of rethinking of ethicalities, maybe we can come to some other proposals. And that is actually where I would like to go. And that care is now such a hot spot also before Corona. And I think this is really not just connected to the situation now. For me, it's really the symptom of that still, I will now say very, maybe very direct word, there is a kind of, again, a violence of appropriation or a violence of extraction. And that's why I think it's very, very important to come back to that ethical situatedness of care and rethink it. Because it is maybe then also an answer on that normative violence of rules and the way how to behave and how to structure the relations, which we are also more and more experiencing and so on. And even if it is at the moment utterly precarious and the forms are appearing and disappearing because they are also arising in a very violent situations, but it is something what I think it has to be touched and rethought. And what is now the function in art in that? I think one is really this kind of impossible hypothesis that it has to be really radically, rethought as a life of art. What does it mean? How it is shared? How it is disseminated? The whole economic system, which developed in the last decades, also with globalization and so on. But there is this, and this is where I'm always very optimistic. There is this kind of imaginative or kind of very ontological potential of art to really be entangled in the care, but this kind of situational care I'm talking about. And this is a very difficult differentiation because the work is the same, and it is very dangerous, but it would be understood as it's a good feeling and so on. So we really have to differentiate between these notions. So I think your comments are very up to the point, and of course there is huge another field where I could also go, but I didn't choose it for today. That we would maybe not talk about how to live well, but how to die well. Then we have totally another perspective also on how actually to work with these precarious forums. And this is also something what I would like to develop further.
Okay, thank you, Bojana. Actually right now it is 6 o'clock. So I think instead of inviting the auditorium to continue the conversation with you, I think it will be the time where we say goodbye to you. And thank you very much for joining us. And all the questions you might have, write them down, think with your colleagues, take it over the bubbles in right away in the cantina. I would wish that you could come and join us right now. Maybe you have something in the fridge for yourself.
I have water now.
Okay. But we will see you another time, and thank you so much for being with us today, Bojana.
Thank you a lot. It was a pleasure.
And okay, and this was the official input program, and now before I say something about the canteen and the drinks, I will have to say that the program officially starts tomorrow at 10, as you can see in the written program.
So good.
But there are coffee and croissants in the cantina from 9:30 if you want to come a little bit earlier and tune in. So you're very welcome for this. And now, tomorrow the program is completely in Danish or Scandinavian. Our colleagues from Norway could not come because Denmark has become red in Norway. But there will be some Swedish, and we will be together in this kind of Scandi language. The cantina now is filled with our favorite bubbles from the Kunsten som Forum catalog of biodynamic champagne. And some corona-friendly snacks. Please keep distance. Don't forget it, because now alcohol and so on can influence this kind of proximity judgment. But we will see you tomorrow and over in the canteen, and thank you very much for today.